Good morning, members. The committee is resumed. When we suspended last night, we were considering Part 5 of the Natural Environment Bill. It wasn't that long ago. This is the debate on clauses 215 to 241, key roles. Once again, the question is that Part 5 stand part. Aotearoa Williams.
Chair. I'm interested in the way that the joint management agreements and iwi participation agreements work together. There are a number of questions about them in this part that I have, but I'll start with 236 on page 181. I hope the member and the chair will be able to flip back and forth on this, but this is sort of the centre of it, so I'll start here. The first question is really under 236. The formulation of joint management agreements is similar to the one in the RMA, but obviously the mana whakahono arohi agreements are very, very different. Can an iwi enter into a joint management agreement with a local authority? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Joint management agreements are provided for in treaty settlements, and where they are provided for in settlements, this is the process set out in 236.
Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's right, and we canvassed a little bit of that in the House last night, and the reason why I raise it again is because joint management agreements are the words that are used in some treaty settlements, but obviously the ordinary words, joint management agreement, I can enter into that with the member and the chair. Madam Speaker, there's no protected words that a joint management agreement means. For the sake of this Act, it's set out what a joint management agreement can do in the Act, but it's not a protected, there's no restriction on what you can call a joint management agreement. So I want the member and the chair to clarify is there a protection for the use of public power in that kind of joint management agreement? It also goes to the question of whether you can enter into a joint management with, say, a group of developers, which on the natural reading of this you can. It's just that no authorities have. But that, I guess, when you get down into the points around how you can use a joint management and how it's different from the iwi participation agreements, that becomes really relevant for a lot of the groups of iwi that already have established arrangements with councils to enter into what they already have essentially with councils and not to go through the iwi participation agreement process. A joint management agreement could allow a vehicle for new groups of iwi to be able to do that. It doesn't seem to be connected in the legislation to someone who has been granted by the Crown a legitimate public interest in having a joint management agreement with a local authority. It just seems to be, on this formulation, anyone who can enter into that. My other question about the iwi participation agreements, just to start this off, as well as the way that 237 applies. So this also seems to support the reading that a local authority could exercise some of its functions before entering into a joint management agreement with iwi on its own. That the way that 237 is formulated seems to suggest that we've got this use of public power, so it's appropriate that a local authority would be able to exercise that on its own, and therefore make sure that it's a sort of special formulation of how you use the joint management agreement in a planning context. So it would be good to start there.
Madam Chair, I'll attempt to answer fulsomely. I've been advised that there is no interaction whatsoever between joint management agreements provided for as part of specific treaty settlements and iwi participation agreements, which are set out in 237A. The member may be, if I intimate what the member's getting at around joint management agreements and other public agencies, then that is provided for, not as a joint management agreement, but in 232, a transfer of powers. Say, for example, it's been described to me during the policy development process that if, for example, DOC had a small reserve parcel, say, within an urban boundary, then the maintenance and monitoring of that could be if a regional council had a small area of reserve near the DOC estate, then potentially the responsibility for managing that could be transferred, say, to the Department of Conservation.
Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more question on the how these powers work together. That was what I was asking. Would it be illegal or unlawful for the council to enter into an iwi, for a joint management agreement with an iwi that wasn't had a schedule that said they were to enter into a joint management agreement in their treaty settlement. And I think the answer was no, but you would have to comply with 232, which was the transfer of powers provision. So if you could transfer the powers to a body which was appropriately a body that could deal with public powers, then you would be able to do that. This is for local authorities to transfer a power fully, and I assume that's also delegations. Yes, delegations is at 233, but if you've got the local authority still overseeing the exercise of that power and signing it off, you still, you don't have a transfer, you don't have a delegation, you have something in the middle, which is what I'm asking about with joint participation agreements.
Madam Chair, joint management agreements are provided in specific treaty settlements. 236 sets out the local authority's role if they are required by the provisions in a treaty settlement to enter into a joint management agreement. There's no anticipation that joint management agreements are available to others only as it relates to specific provisions in specific treaty settlements.
Vanessa Walters.
To the Minister, I also have a question about delegations, but in relation to a different clause. So clause 232, the transfer of powers. This is where a regional council can transfer its powers to another, essentially any other public authority in accordance with that section. And both section 232, 233 and 234 all refer to that delegation of power to others, essentially, the effect of that, and that being the same as if the regional council were affecting those powers itself. There's no statement about a residual duty that exists with the regional council itself, and so just wondering whether there was consideration of that overarching governance statement that ultimately the duty still lies with the regional council. There is the power to revoke or alter the delegation, but really my view is that it would be useful to state that explicitly. In subclause, so clause 232, subclause 4, it talks about subclause 3, it talks about the revocation of duty, but again, there's no statement about, and subclause 3 talks about the delegated authority or delegated individual being able to relinquish the transfer, but there's no statement about the regional council then automatically assuming that function again. So it's just really a question of being crystal clear about who holds the duty, the residual powers, and what happens when that duty is relinquished.
Madam Chair. Simon Court.
Madam Chair, the member is absolutely correct. The transfer of powers 232 does allow regional council to transfer any of its functions, powers or duties under this Act to another public authority in accordance with this section. I think it can be safely assumed that if they're not specifically transferred, if it's not explicit, what is being transferred, it should be safely assumed that regional council retains responsibility for all the matters apart from what is specifically transferred or delegated in the clauses that she's described.
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really pleased to pick up on the iwi participation agreements as well, noting that this is an entirely new section and was a significant change from even where the Select Committee had got to. So when the report back from committee came, mana whakahono arohi were still going to be upheld. They were going to be transitioned into the new system, and then it was announced within hours that they would be scrapped and these new iwi participation agreements would be in place. So I'm really interested to hear from the member how many mana whakahono arohi agreements were in place and how many were initiated, and then also the rationale behind this is that they can transfer into this new system. But I'm particularly interested in the Crown's obligations when it comes to not only Te Tiriti, but particularly under treaty settlements, how, I guess, reliable and what does the member see the value of these being? Because I'm noting, particularly in 237D, when it comes to the termination or renegotiation of iwi participation agreements, iwi can give written notice at any time wanting to withdraw, but the same goes for local authorities seeking to renegotiate their own involvement in an iwi participation agreement at any time. Now, what is the change or what is the difference between the relative stability or framework around mana whakahono arohi compared to this new section? And I think why I'm particularly keen in understanding that is because there was so much emphasis and there's been so much said by iwi Māori or hapu who've been part of these mana whakahono arohi agreements about how they finally have, or had rather, not only transparency for the public about how they were working in the roles and responsibilities and how they were working with councils, but they were also, they felt a sense of stability and clarity about what those roles were and that they would continue in perpetuity. So really interested to hear from the member about those things particularly.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Thank you. The member had a number of questions. In answer to the member's question, how many mana whakahono arrangements had been established? That number was 8. In response to the member's question, how many were initiated? It's been publicly reported that Horizons Regional Council have stated that 11 were initiated in the period between when the Natural Environment Bill and Planning Bill were introduced and until, in the period after the legislation was introduced, which did not provide for those agreements to new agreements in the new system. But we estimate that there are dozens more. The member had a question around stability. How stable is an agreement, an iwi participation agreement, compared to mana whakahono arohi? Well, under the Resource Management Act, which is the legislation that we will be repealing when this legislation passes, mana whakahono arohi could be initiated at any time by any iwi. And they related to the scope of the Resource Management Act, and sometimes they went well beyond that, as is in the case of the Northland District Council's arrangement, mana whakahono arrangement with Ngāpuhi, which provided for Northland District Council agreeing with Ngāpuhi that they never ceded sovereignty to the Crown. So one of the issues with the mana whakahono arohi agreements is that while they were provided for in the RMA, they were not tightly scoped, and they were certainly have been very difficult, the existing ones or any initiated, to port into the new system, given expectations, as the member rightly pointed out, the expectations around mana whakahono arrangements enduring, because in the old system, if an iwi asked for them, council could not say no. So we have been very specific about what we intend for iwi participation agreements in the new system, that they are voluntary agreements to be entered into by iwi that seek such an agreement. Councils have the ability to negotiate the terms and conditions, but they must be very tightly scoped to the scope of the legislation.
Finish your
Yeah.
To respond to the Minister's answer to my earlier question on the transfer of powers, so clause 232, 233, 234. So he made the point that if a power is delegated, that power is delegated, but the Regional Council retains all other powers. My question was more about whether there exists a residual duty. So whether even if a council is delegating a particular power, given it's the primary duty holder under the statute, whether it holds a residual duty. That's question one. The second question was whether, if it does so, that should be articulated in the legislation. My view is they do hold that residual duty, and that should whoever they've delegated that power to not comply with the statute, they actually have the primary obligation then to revoke that delegation. So just want to make that clear. The second thing was on, where are we, 235. So this is about the scope of delegation to employees and a hearings commissioner. The scope of delegations are extremely broad. So this is any function, any power, any duty. And my question is whether there was consideration of whether there should be a line drawn between powers that can be delegated or you know, some sort of line drawing, and whether that is where it's contested whether something will have a minor to a mid-level impact on the environment, for example, where there might be substantial opposition to a particular plan or plan change, and whether that should more appropriately be held with the primary decision maker under legislation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just respond very briefly to
Simon
that.
Court.
Thank you for the member's question. Look, the transfer document will set out the individual arrangements, including the specificity about what each party is ultimately responsible for. So I can't cast forward to what might be in such an agreement, but we can safely assume that legal obligations will be set out very, very precisely. In response to the member's question around delegation to employees and others, and her question around whether decision making around matters which could lead to environmental effects, it's quite clear under 2353B, a regional council may not delegate a decision on an application for a natural resource permit, and that's because those matters are reserved for council.
Aaron Williams.
To the member and the chair, you can cast forward, because the Local Government Systems Improvement Amendment Bill, which the government is progressing right now, would change Schedule 7 of that Act, Clause 31, to make an amendment which would mean that delegations to employees were very different from the general RM system, and mean that employees can't, say, serve on committees, which effectively is the problem here. Why doesn't the current rules from the Natural Environment Bill set this out, when things like Auckland Council, big place, has to make 300 decisions every week, I am told, in the transport and access space. Some of these are environmental decisions, like discharge from roads into drain water of stormwater and things like oil contaminants. Why? They have to make so many decisions that essentially that committee meets every Friday. I know this from the Regulations Review Committee considering it this year. That has to be a committee of employees, because I do not want for my council colleagues to have to sit through that every Friday. Mr. Court, are you going to make them? Why doesn't this bill take the opportunity to update the delegations functions in a sensible way to reflect that kind of decision making which is appropriately done by elected members, and sometimes will be appropriately delegated to employees in a more specified way? Because the problem is that relying on the old RM provisions doesn't allow for mega councils like Auckland, and also doesn't serve the very small councils, which we understand that the government is trying to encourage to be more efficient. It is inefficient to have a committee of fully elected members making the sorts of environmental decisions which affect a particular street or a particular home. So the delegation functions are important, and they're also important to the joint management agreements, because the joint management agreements can delegate to a joint management committee. And that is also, under the old system, the other local government powers that went along with those meant that you wouldn't have been able to enter into a joint management agreement with a group of developers. But under the new formulation, that is possible. Is it possible to enter into a joint management agreement with a group of developers and delegate functions to it?
Madam Chair, no. In answer to the second part of the member's question, joint management agreements are provided for in specific treaty settlements. I've already answered that. Happy to clarify. in response to the member's question around delegation to employees and others, the member's question, actually a very valid question. We certainly don't want elected members' time taken up responding to traffic matters, trying to work out which pothole should be filled in what order. Absolutely not. And that is why, in the context of the Natural Environment Bill, under 235, delegation to employees and others, the Regional Council may delegate to an employee or a hearings commissioner under 2351 powers to approve a regional spatial plan, natural environment plan, or plan change. And that's accept the power to approve a regional spatial plan, natural environment plan, or plan change, or this power of delegation. But it remains available to them to delegate other matters, say to a processing planner as a council employee to carry out certain functions and duties under this legislation. We do not want elected members having to be involved in making individual consent conditions. That might have been possible. I think it might have been envisaged and certainly possible under the RMA when it was passed in 1991. But given that New Zealand's volume of consents has swelled from about 5,000 a year when I first started grappling with the RMA as a young engineer in 1996 to over 40,000 consents demanded of Kiwis at the latest peak of the building boom a couple of years ago, I can't imagine that councillors around the country would be able to process, get their heads around and get 40,000 consents out the door. But, you know, saying that, if we can get back to the number of consents we had in the 1990s, 5,000 or less, you know, maybe elected members would be able to turn their minds to that, but that's not envisaged here.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to make my first call this morning. Actually, my first call for the National Environment Bill, and I just wanted to... And I've joined the party. I've been watching. And I have a question on... Clause 237A, the iwi participation agreements, and 3 around the hapu. And my question is, because we know that obviously hapu vary in size across the motu, and I look down to Canterbury and the mighty Ngāi Tuahuriri, who has a hapu where their takiwa stretches from the Hurunui down to the Ashburton River and inland to the Southern Alps. And when we look at the reorganisation that is going on, there's potential that actually a unitary authority may completely sit within its takiwa by itself. And so I do question why they have to sit alongside any agreement of an iwi authority and cannot, in their own rights, have a participation agreement with a council. And so I do raise that question because we know actually that it's the hapu that make iwi exist, and therefore we should be actually trying to create that mana-to-mana relationship from hapu to councils when actually there is only one hapu that actually sits with a council. And so it does concern me that actually we have a clause in there that say, yep, hapu can be involved, but they have to join as party to an iwi participation agreement, so therefore excluded from having a direct relationship with the local authorities. And I'm wondering whether you'd consider actually changing that to enable hapu to have the ability to have relationships that don't sit alongside iwi authorities, but actually directly with the local authorities instead.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Well, the member raises a good point, and that is why the legislation provides for 237A3 that hapu may join as parties to an iwi participation agreement alongside the relevant iwi authority.
Lampam.
Yeah, just 2 brief questions following up from the members' responses to my last questions on iwi participation agreements. So the first was just a clarification. He mentioned that Horizons Council had said that there were 11 mana whakahono arohi agreements that had been initiated. Is that purely for the Manawatu region? And then secondly, he mentioned about the mana whakahono arohi agreement with, I assume, Far North District Council and talked about the scope of the agreements and how Ngāpuhi had, for example, put in that they hadn't ceded sovereignty. Is the member's understanding, and does he contemplate that with these iwi participation agreements, it would be entirely appropriate and actually, some would think, necessary for the iwi and hapu that are involved to actually outline like very key statements like that are absolutely based on historic fact in order to frame the iwi participation agreement? Like if he's saying that that kind of thing is out of scope, then what actually is the basis of these iwi participation agreements?
Madam Chair,
Simon
in response to the member's question around Horizons Manawatu, it has been reported, and I have read it with my very own eyes, but I can't verify the reports because it's in the mainstream media, that 11 mana whakahana arohe arrangements were initiated. So I would invite the member just to have a look at her media feed. There will be reports of that. I've seen them. In terms of the content of iwi participation agreements under 237C, it's set out what should be included, but with respect to the Far North District Council entering into an agreement with a group that claims that they never ceded sovereignty to the Crown, I just need to remind all New Zealanders that the Crown is sovereign in New Zealand, and we have laws, and every New Zealander is subject to the same laws and should expect equal treatment before the law. But if we entertain the notion that some groups haven't ceded sovereignty and are not subject to the laws of the land, then we will descend into anarchy, and this government will not allow New Zealand to break up into anarchic little sub-regions where people claim the government doesn't have sovereignty. Now, how on earth the Far North District Council thought it was appropriate to put into an agreement relating to the Resource Management Act, I can't see into their minds, and it's probably because there's not much in there. It's a dark space.
Here, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in response, Madam Chair.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question as follow-up. Given that the mana whakahono arohi agreement has been entered into and the Far North hasn't entered into anarchy, what evidential basis is the member actually basing those comments on?
Madam Chair.
None then. Yeah, none.
Madam Chair.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to go back to my questioning line before because I do not feel the member in the seat actually answered my question.
The member addressed your question, so if you're going to ask the same question, I'd advise against it. Finishi Walters.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question on liability and specifically, shared duties and how that translates into shared liability or not. So this is clause 236, the joint management agreements. And under subclause 2, it says a decision made under a joint management agreement has legal effect as a decision of a regional council. So I'm just wondering about where liability sits if anything under those agreements is challenged in law. Is it treated as a breach of duty by the regional council according to subclause 2? Or if the management agreement itself says that liability will be shared because the duties are shared, then does that alter where liability sits? If the management agreement is silent as to where the duty stands, does that mean that subclause 2 takes effect, or that there is an automatic split so anyone raising a complaint could raise it against both? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
The agreements can only be entered into in the context of law, and I urge the member to refer again to 237C, content of iwi participation agreements. If councils are not following the law, of course they are open to challenge.
Tom Rutherford. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas. Miramena Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Puhana Linden's amendment to AP number 710, deleting clause 219 brackets 1 brackets F, set out on AP number 752, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that the minister's amendments to part 5, set out on AP number 710, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas. Miramena Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that part 5, as amended, stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas. Miramena Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to part 6. This is the debate on clauses 243 to 332, enforcement and other matters. The question is that part 6 stand part. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very important part of the bill because it goes to enforcement, and we know with any regulatory regime that it doesn't work if there's no enforcement. So that's what part 6 is about. And I don't believe there's any schedules related to part 6. So it's just part 6. Now, on the big AP that we have, 710, there is a lot of cross-outs about the role of the EPA. So the EPA is the Environment Protection Authority, and so there's lots and lots of cross-out. And so, excuse me, my question is a very simple one. It is for the member and the chair to explain what has happened. Is it that the cross-outs are all put back in later on at 273A, and in fact there's no policy change? Or is there a policy change? And if so, can the member take us through what that is? And whilst we're waiting for the member then, I'll keep talking. Let's flick through, if I can, if I've got any voice left. Let's go through to declarations. Now, declarations have always been an important part of the resource management system because, of course, you can apply to the Environment Court for a declaration. And so I guess the question here is to be clear that it is only the Environment Court that can make a declaration rather than the newly formed Planning Tribunal, and that is because the Planning Tribunal is there to work with more nuts and bolts issues, but a bigger issue such as a declaration needs that to be of the court. And we heard in another part of another related bill that there can be 10 Environment Court judges, So that is the place for the declaration. And I guess another question on declarations would be whether or not the member anticipates the need for more declarations with this new legislation, and if he thinks that declarations would apply, and indeed if it could be a useful tool. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Just in response to the members' questions around the deletions at the start of Part 6 from old 243 onwards, I'm advised that from 243 to 252, those provisions have been deleted and moved to subsequent clauses from 237, around about 237. So they are retained. It's just making sure that as we work through the process, getting the report back from Select Committee and identifying ways that we could make the bill more efficient, they have been moved.
I want to ask about the enforcement orders provisions. These are 258 to 265. First question is about the serial offenders provisions that are earlier in the Act, but we've got the old formulation of 258.6, which was sort of the old and only power to deal with serial offenders, which now seems a bit heavy-handed because you've got the other powers. So I want to ask whether that's deliberate to keep that in there and whether it should go. Because essentially it's about, the question is why should an enforcement order relating to non-compliance in one sense then mean that the Environment Court can revoke a different permit. So if you have a factory that's discharging into the Manukau Harbour and it's breached its discharge permit, why should the Environment Court also be able to take away its water take permit? Under the old system, that was kind of the only enforcement mechanism that that factory would have had if it was constantly breaching its discharge conditions, but that would effectively shut the factory down. Under the old system, the Environment Court didn't have to have regard to all of the things that it now does around economic development, but it does now. So that power seems to be something which needed to exist under the old system but shouldn't anymore. 259, the compliance with the enforcement order. Now, this is where you might update this for serial offenders, because the serial offenders provisions leave say, abatement notices out of the scheme. So if you've been a serial offender but you've had a number of abatement notices, those don't count towards your kind of tally of being a bad guy who won't get a new one. And that doesn't make sense anymore if enforcement orders like this should also be in that zone. So if you've had an enforcement order against you, you should need to comply with that. And I just want to check with the member whether enforcement orders go to your tally, because usually we're getting there from, say, in the water discharge context, having done that several times, having the abatement notices, and then having the enforcement. So it is at a higher level than just an abatement notice, and we want to put it in there.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I appreciate the members' deep and broad understanding of regulation. But at this late stage, we'll not be accepting any further amendments to the legislation from the opposition. In answer to the member Rachel Brooking's question about can the Planning Tribunal make, sorry, it could have been actually, forgive me, the member Aruna Williams' question about, well, was Rachel Brooking, thank you. Can the Planning Tribunal make a declaration on enforcement? No, only the Environment Court, but the Planning Tribunal can make a declaration on consent conditions. In response to the member Aruna Williams' question about revocation and whether, say, a permit that's been revoked for some egregious breaches, she described a factory discharging into the Manukau Harbour. I certainly do remember as a young environmental engineer when it was cool to be environmental, visiting premises that might have been described as having egregious discharges and monitoring those. So I'm familiar with how bad that was. The legislation provides for revocation only for the most egregious offending, and the member's question was, well, if revoking the discharge permit is sufficient to stop the breach or the harm, why should the court have discretion to revoke other permits? Well, the court does have discretion to respond to facts.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to pick up on a very substantive part of Part 6, and that is around natural resource levies. That is clauses 313 onwards on page 244. Now, this was an area that was, when it was first introduced, it held a lot of promise. And it held a lot of promise because there is so much amazing work that is going on, particularly at the catchment scale, where groups of farmers, landowners are able to come together, often with wider community, with iwi and hapu, and actually make progress in the areas where they live, particularly in terms of figuring out ways to improve the environment. Now, what was really disappointing then are the changes that were made by the government to limit this section. And when we know that this whole system is moving towards a much more permissive framework, that there will be the reliance on particularly freshwater farm plans, an area where we were unable to examine this even though there's been substantive changes. Those are the areas where the actual changes are meant to happen. Now, unfortunately, the government has come in and amended the natural resource levies to actually limit the ability for councils to use this framework to actually support and fund the administration of catchment groups.
Is there a question?
My question is, why, when this was the entire intent of catchment groups being able to take much more control of the situation, given the hugely permissive nature of this new legislation, why did it make sense to the government to then limit that when it comes to catchment groups? And I know from being on Select Committee that there was appetite from Select Committee members, particularly those in the farming sector of the government, to enable this, and yet it was limited. Why was it limited, and what is actually envisaged when we have things like the rate cap on councils to actually fund and enable catchment groups to work together?
Madam Chair,
Simon Court.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member understands well the role of catchment groups and the benefits that they bring to communities. And I've been and visited farms where catchment groups have delivered some fantastic improvements to the natural environment. They are some of our best people, farmers and growers who get together voluntarily using their own resources and time to restore the natural environment in a complementary way to primary production activities. It's a wonderful example about how pioneering New Zealanders can organise themselves to achieve both economic and environmental objectives. The member's question, why have the levy arrangements been changed? Well, changes respond to concerns that levies could be used to fund wider resource management costs than what was originally intended. And we don't want to charge resource users to pay someone to tell them how to do their job. The question around why can't levies fund catchment groups? Well, catchment groups are not a defined term under the Natural Environment Bill, so enabling levies to fund catchment groups could allow a wide and potentially poorly controlled use of funds. Levies must be to fund specific functions or objectives set out in legislation and subsequent instruments. Catchment groups are not restricted to functions or objectives set out in legislation, and we have no wish to define what a catchment group is or can or can't do. that would potentially impact on their grassroots nature and the good work they do. But we are being very careful to make sure that this is a narrow levy to fund specific costs rather than a tax.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Two very little questions. One is just thinking about what the member was saying about the levies then and what they can be used for, and that they're narrow and not a tax. I noticed that he emphasised that point. Where does he see the levy setting fit with the comments he was making last night about environmental limits and the cost benefit and the costs and the community paying? Where does we had an exchange last night, and I was more focused on ratepayers, because of course we all know that this government loves putting more work on rates on councils. But if he can comment on where he sees levies fitting with it, that would be useful. And then my second question, which is a very small question, but is I think quite delightful, and that is if the member can confirm for me, at subpart 3 regulations, 307 is regulations, and if you turn over to 234, at F, it says specifying the offences under this Act, and including offences prescribed under paragraph, and then in brackets, X, paragraph, close bracket, 2 bracket. And I thought, when I first looked at this, oh my goodness, what has happened to PCO? Why are they just putting X's everywhere? Is this something that they need to come back for? But in fact, there is a sub-paragraph X. So if we can just confirm that that it is just a delight that we don't normally often see X's in legislation, but here we go. Here we are.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I thank the member for her diligence as a parliamentarian for having detected what may well be a drafting error, and I'm sure I will get advice from officials on that. Before I get to the member's question around the use of levies in relation to limits, I just want to advise the House, if the House hasn't been advised prior, and in good faith with regard to Minister Bishop's commitment to tell the House when an amendment was tabled. An amendment was tabled at what appears to be 9:05:00 a.m. on, well, the date says 28th of August 2026, but in the Doctor Who Hogwarts Environment of Parliament, it still says 25 August on the wall. There is a proposed amendment to AP 710. Honourable Chris Bishop in committee to move the following amendments. Clause 2, delete a reference, delete 243 to 252, and that was an incorrect cross-reference, and in clause 30, replace all coastal permits with coastal permits or land use permits. That was an omission and corrects an error, because land use permits are referred to elsewhere in the bill. And I can see the member Arana Williams taking credit for that. She is an incredibly diligent member, parliamentarian, and always focused on the details. So if I could just come back to the X. The X, turns out it was not an error. It is a reference to a paragraph number. And the member is delighted, and potentially she'll be delighted to help us move through the rest of the committee stage. I will attempt to be brief in my response. Levies v limits. There's two different types of levies in the bill, one to fund the cost of a specified list of activities involved in managing a resource, and the other one is to fund activities to resolve over-allocation issues and provide efficient resource use within management units. So I think that addresses the member's question. If environmental limits, ecological limits are exceeded and there needs to be funding to resolve over-allocation issues, then levies can be used for that purpose.
Arana Williams.
This will be a brief question about the enforcement functions of the EPA that begins at 273A. It's just a lift and shift situation that's going on here in the Minister's AP. So I just want to ask specifically about the thing that I care most about, which is the new power for the EPA to take enforcement action against regional councils itself? Has that remained in the from the deletion and the reinsertion here?
Madam Chair.
Finish your Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in relation to the scope of awards that can be made if a case is moved from the Environment Court to the District Court, which is permitted under Clause 253, Sub-Clause 5. So 251 sets out what an Environment Clause can do in the awards that they can make, and that includes the cost of investigating the offence and any associated costs, and that being payable to the EPA. Now, if a case is transferred then to the District Court, there's a question about the scope and the scale of awards that can be made. And, you know, on first view, one would assume that there's a broader mandate in terms of the ability to make those awards, but the language isn't specific in relation to the District Court that that power is available. So just confirming with the Minister that indeed if a case was shifted between those two courts, that explicit power in 2521 with the Environment Court would also exist with the District Court under 2535. And then in relation to the scope and effect of a declaration, 254, my first question was just about the potential to have an injunction if there's a sense that something is likely to contravene the current rules and have potentially quite detrimental impacts. So presumably that injunction power still exists. If an omission is found, is there a direction power as well, or is this purely a declarative power would be my other part of that?
Simon Court.
In response to the members Venushi Walsh's questions, I found it confusing to try to understand what clauses of provisions the member's referring to. She referred to 251, that struck out, and I would just have to confirm whether that's been moved to another part of the legislation. So if you just bear with me for one moment. The provisions deleted from clause 251 and moved to 273G. So look, all of these provisions the member referred to still exist. They've just been moved. In response to member Aotearoa Williams' question on 273A, the answer is yes.
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move to clause 323A. And this is the section on...
can you repeat that, please?
323A. And this is in part 6 and on contaminated land. So I'm interested to hear from the member. This is a really important area around the contaminated land framework. And what struck me about it and what I'm interested to hear from the member is about its relation to the rest of the natural environment domains, because what is really clear in this contaminated land area that it spells out the entirety of the section is based on the principle that those who actually produce the pollution should bear the cost of managing it, both to protect and prevent damage to human health and also the environment. And there's really clear obligations as we go throughout the section and talk about, it touches on how also the polluters must be liable for cost recovery. Now, why I'm really interested in this section and its application to the rest of the domains within this Act is why have we been so clear when it comes to contaminated land about the polluter pays principle, but we are not applying that to the rest of the domains when it comes to particularly water, but also it could be biodiversity destruction. Why is it that we've picked up specifically, and the government's picked up specifically, on contaminated land in this space? And I want to acknowledge that this has been a real area of incredible work that has gone on, particularly with councils, picking up responsibility for polluters who have often either left the country or simply just left a mess for the public to clean up with. So I understand why we have, and the government has, a focus of clarity on the polluter pays principle here. Why does it not have the same application outside of the contaminated land framework?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I understand at an intimate level the problem that the member describes. Before I was a Member of Parliament, I worked as a civil and environmental engineer cleaning up some of New Zealand's most hazardous sites, some of which were orphan sites where the owner could not be held, the person who had polluted could not be held liable. So it's important that we do have a regime for that. And the purpose of the Contaminated Land Framework set out in 323A provides for, and 323B provides for obligations when a land is contaminated, used for hazardous activity, and 323C that the polluter may be liable for cost recovery. Last night in a debate on procedural principles, I think it might have been the member Rachel Brooking who proposed a polluter pays principle be added to the procedural principles. Now the reason that we haven't elected to do that, and the reason it sits specifically here under contaminated land, is because there are many other matters covered in the Natural Environment Bill. The member mentioned one. Indigenous biodiversity. Clearing vegetation is not pollution. And so it would be unhelpful to have a polluter pays principle throughout the Act that needed to be applied to many other different circumstances. We're really focusing on discharges to land and making sure that those who are responsible for those discharges are responsible for managing them.
I'm just going to check before I consider a closure motion. Are we getting...
Take another one from one.
You've still got questions coming? Okay. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's in the AP at the start on page 6, I think I flipped over this explanatory note at the start, but it says the changes to part 6. It says amend provisions relating to infringement offences to align more closely with the approach under the RMA and avoid disturbing the position under Down and R 2012, which is the NZ Supreme Court 21. And so so I'm interested in what changes have been made to infringement offences, because when you go to page 221, and so clause 288 to 297 look to be dealing with infringement offences. On the face of it, it doesn't look like there's been too many changes to the infringement offences. So I'm wondering if the member can explain what the changes are that are referred to in the explanatory note in the bill, and when it says to align more closely with the RMA, what does that mean in a policy sense? Does it mean that it will be, because infringement offences are, normally rely on some secondary legislation and can be the most useful tool, but often regulators don't have access to infringement offences because the regulations don't exist or something else happens. So my recollection of discussion of this bill as it was progressing through was that we had stronger enforcement provisions, that the minister in charge is very interested in good compliance monitoring and enforcement, that we want better data, we want better information to do that monitoring piece, but also to actually do the enforcement when it needs. And whilst infringement offences are a small part of an enforcement regime, they are often an important part, and they can and they're quick, they're stealthy. That's what they are, stealthy infringement offences. So if the member can tell me what the changes, and if we're going to make, if the result, the consequence of the changes is to make it more difficult for a regulator to use an infringement offence, or if it's going in the other direction and it will be easier to use an infringement offence.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
The changes in 289 and subclause 3 is deleted and replaced with subclause 296B to preserve the position of Supreme Court decision on Down versus Art.
Honourable Richard Brooking.
Tell us what that position is that is being preserved. We don't have the court case in front of us.
Simon Court.
Madam Chair, it will make it easier for enforcement operators, regulators to provide infringements rather than having to rely on the tedious processes under the RMA leading to abatement, which often meant that pollution and contamination went unresolved before a high threshold for action was taken.
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to pick up on the members' responses to my questions on the contaminated land framework, and he's made it very specific that they're focused on discharges to land, and I think that absolutely makes sense. He also picked up on the fact that the clearance of biodiversity is not pollution. It is entirely possible and to provide for that very thing. So if the concern is, how does a polluter pays principle apply to biodiversity clearance, you can make up a rule around that and a principle around that. What I'm interested in hearing from the member when he talked about discharges to land is why does that not apply to other domains? Because we know, for example, that the costs of discharges to land in areas that are outside the contaminated land framework are making communities face costs right now. So we know that in Ashburton, for example, Tynwald is looking at millions of dollars to seek new drinking water sources. Selwyn District Council is looking at hundreds of millions of dollars for treating their drinking water. Christchurch City Council, from land discharges just north of their drinking water sources in the Waimakariri, is looking at hundreds of millions, if not billions. So why is that same principle not applying to those costs when they are discharges to land, but they're outside of the contaminated land framework?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
The member may recall that the member and I discussed this extensively last night in a previous part of the debate. So what I will say again is that this provision provides specifically for contaminated land, the polluter pays principle, and that the matters that the member referred to are covered by other parts of the Natural Environment Bill legislation, including national policy direction, national standards providing for discharges through the effects management regime, through rules and plans, and through consenting and conditioning of consents.
Madam Chair.
Cameron Luxon.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Maremana Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's tabled amendment to AP number 710, amending clause 307, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
The ayes have it. No. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Mariamino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Owen Williams' tabled amendment to AP number 710, amending clause 307, is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 6 set out on AP number 710 as amended be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Mariamino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Part 6 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No, the noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Mariamino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. We move to the schedules. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Mariamino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 2 set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Ayes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Mariamino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres. Mariamino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Schedule 2A. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 2A set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 2A, as amended, stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Moving to Schedule 3, the question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 3 set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 3 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Moving on to Schedule 4, the question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 4 set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Land Farms amendment to Schedule 4 set out on AP number 725 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Schedule 4 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Whereas. Marea Mino Kapkingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. We're on to Schedule 5. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 5 set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's amendments to Schedule 5, inserting Clause 9 brackets 4 and deleting Clause 13, set out on AP number 705, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes got that one. A party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Schedule 5, as amended, stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote. Thanks, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 6 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 48. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to our final debate, which is clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Chair. I would like to go first to clause 2, which is commencement, and make a couple of observations on it. One is that whereas the planning bill has some provisions having near immediate effect, or 1 month from commencement, that is going to be very close to the election, I presume, this bill has no such provision. Everything is coming into force either via order in council, so who knows when, or the default 4 years after the Act comes into force. So that's at 2A is the default. It's been, looks like it's been added in. And I would be interested in the Minister commenting on when he thinks those different provisions that are found in subclause 2, when they might come into effect, when those orders and councils might happen. And this is particularly relevant for the insertions of CA, CB and CC, because those all relate to schedules that we were not able to debate during this committee stage. So I know my friend Landfarm had a lot to say on water conservation orders, and there is some real fear that that there are changes there that could be regressive in terms of relationship with land use consents. There is some real fear about freshwater farm plans not being as robust as they might have been, but we didn't get to test that. And who knows about coastal matters, because that was also in Schedule 3 that was not touched on. So it would be useful for the Minister to set out the thinking of when these various provisions might have an ordering council around them, and yes, so what the timeframes for what they might be, and noting of course that there is that backstop 4 years which matches the backstop of the planning bill. So that's my question on clause 2. I'll come back to clause 1 in a moment.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Chair, the member's not quite right. Clause 2 is the commencement, which actually brings quite a lot of stuff into force on the day after royal assent, and then so the default is everything's into effect the day after royal assent. But then there are the exceptions at 2, clause 2.2, and then 2A is the backstop, which is 4 years, which the member's right is new. So I mean, if you just do it at a high level, it's basically the law's the law once it gets signed by the GG or the administrator of government if she's out of the country, and then there's a bunch of exceptions in the next 4 years, and then the backstop is the 4 years. And it's relatively complicated at some level, because it's a complicated piece of legislation alongside the planning bill / act. The intention is that national policy direction standards and plan making provisions, that stuff gets commenced immediately, and then the ordering council process will commence the regulatory functions, including duties and restrictions and consenting, once the proposed plans have been notified. So you start with the MPD, move down to the plans, and then we turn on the system over the next few years, and that's the intention. Exactly when will be to be determined, obviously. 2.2CA, CC and CB, which the member asked about, I'm advised are all intended to commence on the specified transition date, as will everything under 2.2. In the meantime, in relation to the regulatory functions, they'll remain in force under the RMA, with amendments made to the RMA by the planning bill. So it is complicated, but there's a pathway to get it all into place in the next 3 years, and whoever ends up in the position of RMA Reform Minister, which probably, I venture to suggest, will not exist once these bills come into effect. Well, that's not a decision for me, but well, I think I'm just going to throw this out there. I think we're going to end up with a Minister of Planning. Just going to say that. Planning Minister.
We heard it live today, right now.
Well, I've got to get myself in trouble now. It's not my decision, but I mean, personally, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have a RMA Reform Minister job has been, we've done the national direction, we've done fast track's actually now infrastructure, but we've done the national direction, we've now done this package of legislation, the 2 bills and the ancillary stuff. My own personal view is we should just have a planning minister, and then probably the Minister for the Environment should be the... Anyway, what's that?
Let's just leave it to cause and not have a conversation across the chamber.
That's, I think, unfair. Anyway, all of that's to be determined. Those are actually outside the remit of the debate, and actually, frankly, outside my my powers. So I probably shouldn't have commented on it. But anyway, we are where we are. So there's no. I've said too much. There's about a 3 to 4 year transition window, and it's actually relatively straightforward when you think about it.
Dr. Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I specifically have questions on Clause 2 as well, and thank you, Minister, for clearing up one of my questions, which is the insertion of new 2A around the backstop of 4 years. I am now curious, because Minister has kind of opened the scope to discuss the responsible minister, because we see that in here. I just want to check with the Minister if it's not what the minister suggested, an RMA minister is may no longer be around once this finishes. Who will be the appropriate responsible minister in that case? But I want to look at a couple of specific ones relating to clause 2.2. There are a number of clauses in here, sub-clauses in here, which relates to regulations or specific areas. But I think one of the ones, for example, okay, 2 questions. The first question being, how many of this is already in existence and is simply rolled over under this new bill? Because a lot of these provisions we have seen already exist in the current RMA. Do they need to be in here if it's simply being rolled over from the existing one? Let's say, for example, I think 2D is something that we discussed yesterday around section 128 provisions for wildlife approval. So that's something that already currently exists. What's the reason, if it's a carryover, to require another order of council in this particular instance? The one I want to focus on is actually 2H, which is section 232B. And that's not so much in terms of a regulation, but the ability for a person who's got contaminated land or land use for hazardous activities to report. I wonder why that needs to be an order in council for them to report, presumably on something they are reporting on currently. But now, when they're not taking effect and requires an order in council for that to then take place, what happened to this sort of limbo gray area? Does that mean that people will still be reporting, or there's now suddenly no reporting requirements where I believe in section 232B there was a comparison to a previous clause in 2023 amendment to the RMA. So yes, I wanted to know with 2H, do they still need to report despite the order of council not having gone through for the enactment of that particular section?
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Chair, I inadvertently widened the scope of the debate. Although well, so am I. I'm just taking. Eh? Wow. I'm just taking some further advice. As I understand it, Mr. Chair, definitely not on that. As I understand it, Mr. Chair, so back, previously, Acts used to specify who the responsible minister was. So it would say, the person responsible for this act is X. We don't do that anymore. Responsibility for legislation is Cabinet Office process, as I understand it. And so exactly who will be responsible for both acts will be the decision for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. And so that will all be worked through. I suppose I was just indicating, it makes sense to have a planning minister responsible for planning, and the logical place for the Environment Act would be the Environment Minister. But that may also not be true. Anyway, that'll all be worked out. It's actually not that material, to be honest, for the purposes of this discussion. It's not actually that relevant to the legislation. The point is there's going to be an act, and there will be a responsible minister for the act.
Anna Williams.
I want to ask the Minister about Clause 2. This is a question really about, I understand why the Minister has opted for a system which comes in a staged way. It is a difficult thing to transition to the new regime, we accept that. But this goes significantly further than a kind of on-off in a staged way that he has described. If that was the intention, then the legislation would set out a staged way. This allows maximum flexibility for the government to decide by order in council with very few criteria what dates will apply, and it could all be at the end of the 4-year period anyway, or even extended from there. So the problem really is a rule of law problem, where he's now even given the executive of government even more power to turn on and off rules within areas. So it could be the case that the Waikato is operating under old rules and Auckland is operating under new rules for a longer period of time, and that is simply a really difficult position to put any system users in, and a very beneficial one for government to be put in. It's particularly detrimental to those seeking to exercise Māori rights and interests in the system, because when you have system users who are already at a disadvantage because of the development difficulties with their land, where they are already at a disadvantage because they are not yet entities which are recognised as entities which are appropriate to exist within the system, like settled iwi, you then create another barrier where they have to work their way through a myriad of rules which are not known and not knowable, and that is just another way where it is harder and harder for iwi to make sure they're at the table, where in decisions which this government sees it as completely appropriate for them to be involved in. Yes, there is a legitimate debate about what those areas are, but in areas where we all agree, it should be a duty for the Crown to act honourably and to ensure that those iwi are able to participate in those things in the easiest way possible. And this sequencing provision here, where it is going to be quite unclear when an order in council is anticipated to become in force, is a real problem, especially for the things like freshwater farm plans, for wildlife approvals, for natural resource permits. Those are things where iwi want to be at the table, but it's unclear when they will have to be able to do that. If you take the system design for users, with users in mind, which is what the government should have done, then there should be a date, there should be criteria for those dates to be set, so at least people can see what kind of improvements they need to make to their own systems in what kind of timeframes. It has been the habit of this government to require other system participants, like local councils, to respond to it within, say, 90 days. That is a precedent which has been set. That is what will be expected. So only really the largest and most resource participants will be able to make those deadlines. Everybody else will be screaming along behind the government, jogging along, trying their best to keep up for the next 4 years. And then we might see the government introducing all of the rules in 4 years, because it's not ready either. It should have picked a later date. There are plenty of options on the table in APs by my very able colleagues who have participated in this debate in good faith and been themselves jogging along behind the government, trying to keep up with the amendments, trying to keep up with the changes that have been introduced at the last minute. This is an incredibly difficult way of doing lawmaking for anyone who is trying to do their best. Do exactly as the government has asked them, to play along by the rules and to respect their environment as well as use their economic rights, but they will get it wrong. They will get it wrong over and over again, and the government's response has been to up the penalties and to make it harder for them to participate in hearings, to make it harder for them to access their procedural rights. This is a design where it is very, very difficult for whether the planning minister is called the planning minister or the planning master general or the chairman of the state planning committee. That person will have all of the power to introduce rules when and where, and everybody else just has to lump it.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, thanks for that, comrade. We'll sing the Internationale together. Goodness gracious me. A few sort of inaccuracies there. I mean, the sort of starting point of all of this stuff is that it's difficult, okay? So because we're in a once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-30-year transition from the old to the new. So that's the sort of starting point, and there's a number of ways you can approach that. You can do a decade, which is what the previous MBA and Spatial Planning Act process was going to take, which is I think that most people thought was too long. I would agree on that. And then you can do the kind of different regions turn on at different times approach. And again, that was the MBA approach. And there's some, that's not perfect either. There was some logic to that, notwithstanding Aaron Williams' comments around how that would be silly. So that is theoretically possible under this transition, but it's not our intended approach. So the member's right. It would not be good to have Auckland and Waikato with different rules at different times. That would be very complicated and confusing. So that's not the intention. It's theoretically possible, but that's not the government's approach. So we've gone through, again, as I think I've said a number of times throughout this debate, a balanced approach, which is you've got the backstop of the 4 years. Some things come into force immediately, kind of quick win type stuff. Backstop of 4 years, and then a staged transition approach throughout it, and we'll just work our way through that. Is it, should there be an approach of laying out in dates exactly when each provision comes in? I mean, well, there's an argument for that, but then the trade-off with that is the flexibility around the system not keeping up, around some people not being ready. So you do need that flexibility, and I think we've taken the right approach with that. And I can tell the House there will be extensive material prepared. MCERT is already working around that, communicating. They've already got various different stakeholder groups set up, working with local government professionals, Taitura, I think they're called, the old SOLGAM, Society of Local Government Professionals. They're working with the Resource Management Law Association, erstwhile alumnus of that organisation in the chamber. They're working with the New Zealand Planning Institute. Great people who will be in this donkey deep in the next 4 years or so. Liz Moncrief and the team, and so there's a lot of people invested in all of this stuff, and there'll be an extensive amount of workshops and stakeholder engagement and material publicised, and all of that will work its way through, regardless of who the minister is, obviously. Just finally, in relation to, I understand Ms Farm had a question for the chair when I was away. How much of this bill is rolled over from the RMA? It's a good question. These bills draw on the RMA in places which is efficient and reduces litigation risk of using new terms. Ultimately, they are new bills. So they are new bills, different scheme, different framework, funnel approach, obviously, which we've talked about, new variety of different instruments and tools throughout it. But we have kept some of the RMA nomenclature, and I think that actually was important because, and that was actually one of my criticisms of the MBA and the SPA, is that big new terms that have not been used before, clearly there has to be some of that in a new system. But as much as you can, you want to try and use terms that people are familiar with, because that helps the transition.
Lan Farm.
Mr. Chair, I want to start by talking about commencement in Clause 2, because it's really important, because this framework in terms of a functional RM system is so critical to the entire country, and particularly all those people who live in this country and all of those people whose particularly jobs it is to interact with it and plan for it and just be part of it. And so what really pains me about this commencement section is how necessary a functional framework is. But then I can't help but be so struck how dysfunctional this system is. Now, when it comes to commencement, the simple fact is these bills should not commence. And they shouldn't commence because the government has got it so staggeringly wrong. And why it's staggering is because we actually had all the people who actually know, who are actually involved in these systems, putting in front of us the solutions that could have made it functional. Why didn't the government listen? Why didn't the government take this opportunity to get something right? And so my title that I think would be much more appropriate for this bill in particular is the Natural Environment Dysfunction Bill. Because even at the highest level, we have failed, the government have failed to even understand the concept of integration where we cannot separate the built environment from the natural environment. It doesn't work. It's been spelled out time and time again that this is completely illogical, and there hasn't been a clear justification as to why it's split. That's where the dysfunction starts, but it continues through so many aspects, including the fact that the government is claiming this is a fit-for-purpose 2026 framework when the environmental limits themselves are not even environmental limits. That does not make sense, and it's actually shameful for a country like New Zealand, where so much of this government purport to be all about economic growth and our exports and everything, and jobs, and all of that depends on the backbone of our economy, which is our environment, and we're selling it off in these bills. So another aspect that could be considered by this government is that this is the Natural Environment Delay Till We Die bill. And the delay is consistent throughout climate, throughout environment, by the fact that, for example, the government just introduced last-minute amendments that mean that regions of this country will not even have environmental limits, noting that they're not even real environmental limits. These environmental limits don't even come into play to the 2040s. We are getting nowhere fast. We are in a race to the bottom with this bill because the environmental protections that New Zealanders know have ultimately not even managed to protect the environment so far. They've been so drastically eroded and weakened, and any tools that could have progressed these things are gone. This is, we're seeing agricultural industry, lobby groups coming straight in and dictating the terms of this reform. It's not even serving our best farmers, it's serving our bottom of the barrel farmers. It's letting off the hook. It's letting the most polluting farms off the hook in a totally unfair way, where the good farmers have to pick up the tab, and we're not even enabling catchment groups to take charge and be part of this. Those who know and understand the dysfunction of the system oppose this. These acts should never commence, and it's such a missed opportunity, and I'm extremely disappointed about the whole process and the duty of care that this government's failed on.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
It is strange to be here speaking on a title clause of an act just that has many of the same parts in it as another bill that we've just been discussing a day or so ago. And that is because this government has, for some terribly weird reason, decided that the natural environment can somehow be separated from land. It is this view of the world that you can put everything into little separate boxes, and that you can say, oh no, it's fine for people to do whatever they like on their land. That won't have any consequences on the natural environment. But of course, we know that that is a total fiction. What you do on your land, if you dig it up and then there's a rain event and that digged up material gets washed away into our rivers and our coastal environment, stops the seaweed from growing and the fish from flourishing, we know that those two things are related. So to try and separate them is madness. And it is a madness that this government embraces. We just had the minister tell us that he thinks there should be a minister for planning. And maybe you'd have some sort of low-ranking environment minister as well. And they would be low-ranking because the Minister for the Environment has been outside of Cabinet for this whole term of government and has had zero participation in this legislation, even this bill that is supposedly the one that deals with the environment. And that is just demonstrates how this government thinks of the environment. It does not think of the environment as the most important part of our economy, that all of our primary production totally relies on our environment. And I see the Minister for Trade in the House and the Minister for Tourism. What does that rely on? It relies on our environment. And what are we doing to the environment in this bill? Well, somebody said protecting. If only that member, I think it might have been the Minister for Trade, has not been in the House during this debate, I suspect, because I, as Minister for Agriculture, definitely not protecting the environment. And I say that because the Minister for Agriculture might have been listening to the Minister for Resource Management Reform, who has told everyone, this is great new legislation. We are going to have environmental limits for the first time. We're going to have proper environmental limits, he says. He seems to have forgotten about limits that were in the NPSFM, the National Policy Statement, Fresh Water, and various national environmental standards. It's going to have limits. So then we interrogate those limits in this House, and what do we hear? Yeah, some human health limits. We can measure those, they'll be there. But these limits for the environment, these limits for our water quality, these limits that go to whether there can be mahinga kai, so not only the eel in the river, but are we going to be able to eat the eel in the river? No, none of those. Or maybe we can have the odd environmental limit, but we've got to be very clear about how much it's going to cost, and somebody's going to have to pay for it. That is what Simon Court told us last night. And that means that this title of that the Act is the Natural Environment Act is misleading. Because it gives us the idea that it might do something for the natural environment. But instead, that promise from the Minister for Resource Management Reforms about the environmental limits, that has those limits and any protections therein, they have been dissipated to the four winds, Mr. Chair. And so I think much better names would be, this Act is the Natural Environment Doesn't Matter to This Government Act, or it is the Natural Environment Enablement of Pollution and Biodiversity Destruction, both those two things. This is the Natural Environment Act, but only if the community pays. And my last contribution is, on this debate, is this Act is the goodbye to the natural environment. Mr. Chair, harira.
Honourable Christopher. I mean, those are all interesting suggestions, but they are clearly not going to meet with the government's approval. The bill does what it says on the tin, which is a bill for the Natural Environment Bill. It's a complementary and ancillary piece of legislation to the Planning Bill, which we debated on Tuesday, Wednesday, and I suspect Thursday, but a touch of Thursday as well. They're appropriate titles for the bill. We've discussed the commencement of the bill at length already, and I think there's not much more to say about it.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's tabled amendment to amendment paper number 710, amending clause 2, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Ngā Poti Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Party Māori.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. Anna Williams' tabled amendment to amendment paper number 710, amending clause 2, is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that the Minister's amendment to clause 2, set out on amendment paper number 710 as amended, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Ngā Poti e Whakahe ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Party Māori.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. The question is that Huhana Linden's amendment to clause 2, brackets 1, set out on amendment paper number 739 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Ngā Poti e Whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakaai.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Ngā Poti Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Party Māori.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill with amendment presently. Let's do a switch over. That goes. Chuck that over there. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, guys. You all good? Get your people on. You want your crowd? Brad to come in? Yeah, but I can start if you want. Yeah, you want to go? Come to the Emergency Management Bill number 2. We start with the debate on Part 1. Part 1, this is the debate on clauses 3 to 13, preliminary provisions and schedules 1 to 3. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm pleased to present the Emergency Management Bill number 2 for the Committee of the Whole House stage. I want to acknowledge the Governance and Administration Committee for their work in considering this important bill, and thank you to everyone who made submissions. Like national security, emergency management should be bipartisan. I want to thank all of the parties that have had input into getting this bill to the stage, and I look forward to constructive debate with you today. There is one substantive amendment paper that I have put on the table, and although we will discuss it further later on in the debate, I'd like to highlight the main changes it would make to the bill. Amendment paper number 750 would give emergency management committees the power to carry out precautionary works when there is an imminent threat of an emergency, but a state of emergency has not yet been declared. It also expands the Director-General of Emergency Management's power to step in and direct local emergency management authorities, if necessary, to preserve life, prevent injury or prevent serious property damage. Bringing precautionary works into the bill removes any doubt that they are an important part of emergency management and enables these activities to be subject to national direction. Direction would be a last resort, but ultimately the public would expect the government to be able to step in if lives and property are at risk. Overall, this bill will help ensure New Zealand is better prepared to manage more frequent and complex emergencies now and into the future. I look forward to continuing the work across the House to get this bill enacted so that the system is strengthened for all New Zealanders. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Mike Davidson.
Mr Chair, and I'll just start with quite a short call because I think it's an important one. I do want to acknowledge the work that has been done on this bill, and it's obviously been across parties, and the Green Party do support the bill, but it's also really important that we try and get some improvements through this process as well. And I just wanted to start at clause 3, and I guess this is around the purpose of the Act, and fundamentally we know when we look at emergency management what we're trying to do is protect life. And we're slightly concerned actually that when we look at the purpose, and it lists all the purpose there, the one thing that is missing is protecting life. And I have an amendment that's time-stamped 27th of August, 9:45:30, which is basically changing B to, instead of saying protecting property, it says protecting life and property. Because, and I'm sure there's no hierarchy in these purposes, but I think it's a little bit concerning that we start with, at the very top, protecting property. And I actually think if we want to send a message to the people, the very first protection that we should be giving to is the life of people, not property. And so this is just a very minor change, but actually I think it sends a clear signal that actually the life of people is the priority and the life of people come first. So I would really appreciate the Minister considering that amendment and giving the House a response, because I think it's actually a really good way to, I guess, set the scene for this Committee of the Whole House stage. Thank you.
Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll try to address the questions as they come. Can I acknowledge the Green member too, that you guys have done some heavy lifting on this and had a lot of input into it, and I want to acknowledge you for that. It's a really good question because, yes, you're absolutely right. Really the intent of the bill is about keeping Kiwis safe. But the reality of it is the safety of public is actually already addressed in the chapeau of the purpose clause, so it has actually already been captured in the bill.
Christopher Luxon.
Katoa I tēnei ata, tēnei te mihi hoki kia koe e te minita. Thank you, Minister. I want to first of all acknowledge the fact that Labor do support this bill. It is not our intention to drag this process out. However, we will go through thoroughly. I want to acknowledge your bipartisan approach to emergency management the whole time you've been the Minister, and I also want to acknowledge your officials and, of course, all of us around the House, as well as acknowledging all the whānau out there who do great work, whether paid or unpaid. I'm going to follow up on part 1, Minister, looking at the purpose and clause 3, and simply ask, why does the purpose of this bill not explicitly recognise Te Tiriti o Waitangi? It was originally clause 4 of part 1. Why has the government removed the previous bill's objective of greater recognition and participation of Māori in emergency management? And after Cyclone Gabriel, does the Minister accept that iwi, hapu and marae are emergency management partners, not simply stakeholders to consult? And that goes for all other iwi and hapu affected by recent weather events.
Before I take the next call, I'm just noting that people are bringing the chair into the debate by using you and your. And I know you guys are all committed to this bill, but if you can direct comments through the chair, that would be useful. Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of peace breaking out in the House over this bill, yes, no worries. I agree. Is can I acknowledge the member? Not only has she been extremely proactive and done a lot of the heavy lifting in the work on this bill and with our officials, and acknowledge them and the outstanding work that they have done, but you're also present on the ground as well during these events. So I want to acknowledge your work and support and working alongside me, not just here in the House with the legislation, but out on the ground too, supporting our communities. It was very simple. So with the, as you know, we've worked very hard with the leads from our iwi leaders. I want to acknowledge them, Marama Royal and Kiritapu Allen, as their representatives working really closely with us and the officials to make sure that we do recognise and codify in the legislation the outstanding work that iwi and hapu do in emergency management. And without a doubt, as the Minister for the past 2.5 and bit years, I've seen this at just about every event that I've been at, just how good they are at emergency management. And that's not just for their own people, that's for the entire community, and the expertise and the leadership they bring to it. So it was really important that we codified that in the legislation. I think that we have done that. In terms of the treaty, I'm sure that the members are aware that the Select Committee considered the matter and did not recommend that the treaty clause be added to the bill. Speaking to that, there are a number of clauses throughout the bill which seek to give effect to the Crown's treaty responsibilities, with some useful additions being made at the Select Committee, which the Government of course supported. Importantly, these features of the bill are supported by non-legislative work being done to improve the systems and relationships with iwi and Maori on the ground. Collectively, both legislative and operational improvements will better support treaty-consistent emergency management across the 4 Rs of reduction, readiness, response and recovery.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanting to again thank the House for their cross-party work on this issue, and the Minister for his leadership and offering up extensive briefings, and also to the submitters on this bill. A lot of the people who submitted on this bill are emergency management professionals or volunteers who have extensive experience in the system. And I do want to ask some specific questions around clause 6.2 around the happening section, and a proposal around it. But I wanted to preface my comments around, why is it that why is it that we've drafted amendments in this committee of the whole stage, even though we've had an opportunity to also do so during the select committee stage. As you know, Minister, the Governance and Administration Select Committee did good work on this bill, but not every political party is represented on the Governance and Administration Committee. So we thought it would be a good opportunity to get the House's view on a number of topics. And we did, some of the amendments we are putting forward here we did put forward during the during the select committee stage, and I want to acknowledge my colleague Mike Davidson, who put forward several clauses regarding Te Tiriti, as my colleague Kushla Mangaritan has already outlined. We would like to see those clauses back in. But turning now to clause 6, on the section of happening, we would like to see a clause inserted in that. Well, we have multiple proposals around that, but one of the specific ones that we proposed is a drought. Obviously, drought and other extreme heat events is something that has occurred and has done massive damage, particularly in Australia. I do acknowledge that this is not necessarily an exhaustive list. The section acknowledges that happening includes without limitation the following. So, you know, you could argue that why, but then if you make that argument, you could also argue that why list anything there in the first place if you're not going to include drought. We do think drought is, you know, significant enough to be included as a section here. The last drought, the last major drought, it's been a while since we've had one. The really last serious one was 2013, and that ended up causing billions of dollars of damage in Aotearoa. But we do feel like inserting drought here would be a nice counterpart. Things like tsunami and floods have been listed. Things like storms, tornadoes, and cyclones have been listed, and serious fire have also been listed. So we feel like drought is, you know, a good kind of counterpart to that, and something that will add and enhance to this. We've also drafted some amendments around, around the clause around adding to the actual or imminent attack, to including it, to widening it to acts of economic attacks or blockades, because we know that there is potential for a blockade in an island nation like New Zealand, or an economic attack to seriously disrupt life and infrastructure in Aotearoa. So just offering those under 6.2 to the Minister. We would like to see those considered and added to the bill if possible. Thank you.
Don Rosemore.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your time this morning. I've been involved in a number of emergency responses over the years, and this is in relation to Clause 3, by the way.
Clause 3.
And one of the things that you learn very quickly is that no single agency ever deals with a major emergency on its own, whether it's an earthquake, a flood, or some other event. It takes, you know, all levels of statecraft to essentially kind of meet the need. So I understand why this purpose clause talks about coordination and planning across different sectors. And as you know, good emergency management isn't just about what happens on the day, it's that work that's done beforehand to identify those risks, prepare communities, and make sure people know what their roles are when things go wrong. But what I'd like to understand, though, is where the government sees that balance between those wider objectives and the core business of emergency management. You know, when those resources are finite, you know, communities need confidence that agencies remain focused on being ready for the next emergency and responding effectively when it arrives. So just with this clause, Minister, you know, it encompasses all those kind of social, economic, cultural and environmental well-being, and alongside those wider objectives. I just want to know, how will this government ensure those broader goals do not distract agencies from their primary responsibility of preparing for, responding to and recovering from emergencies when New Zealanders need them the most? Thank you.
Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So, you know, the first, can I just respond to Francisco Hernandez's question? And again, as I get around the room, can I acknowledge, Francisco, the work that you've done on this emergency management bill, and the way in which you've conducted yourself and had a positive impact and effect on it. The reality of it is, you bring up a good point around drought, and I sort of thought, well, you know, practically, you know, could we get that in? We'd have to go back to PCO, but the reality of it is that it is a list of happenings. It illustrates the all hazards scope of the bill, and if we started to try to capture every single hazard, then that just would not be feasible, and so that is why it's not in there. Coming back to Dan's question, I think that just really quickly, when I came into the role of the minister, I didn't really. The only working knowledge I had was really operational, because I was part of a swift-water rescue team in my own electorate up in Whangaproa, and of course I was a local MP in opposition when we got hit with the Auckland floods, and I saw on the ground very quickly that there was no cavalry coming over the hill, and so the one thing that I have tried to do as minister is I've tried to effect operational change in the way that we approach weather events and our risks and hazards by being far more proactive, pre-positioning, making decisions early, lots of communication out to the public. And that has been a shift for us, because when I became minister, there was a thing that they said sort of existed, and that was the boy that cried wolf. And what it did is it kind of paralysed decision-making a bit, for a fear that you're going to have some noisy voices out of the community that says, you're being, you're the boy that cried wolf, why are you doing this, we don't need to do it. I said, we don't have the luxury of doing that anymore. We've actually got to make decisions early, we've got to get people pre-positioned, and we've got to get as much information out to the community. The community can make their own value judgment on how important they take it or how seriously they take things. But I've always been really clear that someone that doesn't take it seriously and is cavalier and doesn't care, don't expect our first responders to put themselves in harm's way when you put yourself in a bad situation, although they will do that because they're first responders, and that's how they're programmed, and that's what they do. They're in their job because they want to protect lives and save lives. But I get there's nothing that'll get me angrier quicker than someone that's ignored warnings, put themselves in a bad situation, and therefore puts our first responders at risk or other members of the public. So I think that the BAU now, that is BAU. That is how we're operating. And I want to acknowledge our mayors, I want to acknowledge our CDM groups, our controllers. We have world-class first responders, we have iwi and hapu, we have community groups, we have rural trusts. Everyone comes together, and I actually feel for the amount of events that we have to deal with, and someone gave me a stat the other day that we're dealing with a weather event around the country about every 6 days, we're actually doing really well. And I'm really proud of the work that's been done. And of course this bill is going to enhance that. One of the issues that really emerged was the fact that community groups and iwi and hapu and rural trusts and everyone that's doing amazing work on the ground that isn't inside that formalised information system didn't know how to get information, didn't know where to go to actually deliver it. And those are the sort of changes that we're making to make sure that we're far more joined up, and that our communities, when they need that help, when they want to see the cavalry coming over the hill, they know that the cavalry is going to be there for them.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I do want to acknowledge the Minister and the work that has taken place. As a member of the Select Committee of Governance and Administration, we had priorities, particularly viewing the stewardship of the emergency management system. I want to acknowledge the officials and also the submitters. We had 74 in total. We had a huge amount of Māori and iwi and hapu who wanted to have their contribution recognised formally. So I want to acknowledge you all in that work, and also members of the Select Committee who periodically we had questions and the officials provided replies to that. It was important in the Select Committee work that the recognition of the work that had been led by the Minister but also the officials, it was important to put across the contributions of our community who wanted everything strengthened. Yep. It was important to have very clear systems in place in the language in the legislation. Minister, in reference to the preliminary provisions of the purpose, can you just explain in terms of the work that the Select Committee did, and we heard from the submitters who were specifically wanting to have very clear provisions, and the recognition of iwi and hapu was really important, because one of the things that iwi hapu advised us through the submission process was they just do it. They just get out there in their communities. When something happens, emergency management, they actually don't wait for the formality of the National Controller, the formal communications. They just get out to their communities that are affected, and they just set up. And they feed people, and they have people come through the doors. Can you explain to the membership in terms, to the House, and for those listening at home, that we have got it right in terms of the language in promotion, in terms of improving the management systems?
Mr Chair.
Honourable.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And again, I want to acknowledge the member. Not only has she been a very strong voice in highlighting the pop-up community efforts that go on during these events, but she's actually turned up to workshops that have been set up in Auckland. So I want to acknowledge the member and her leadership in that space, and it has been captured inside the bill. So I hope she feels that she can take some credit for that. In terms of iwi and other groups that represent Maori, they do have unique knowledge, skills and resources to contribute to emergency management, and the bill formally recognises this by requiring emergency management committees to appoint one or more coordinating executive group members with knowledge of the interests and values of local Maori communities. And that's not actually just local Maori communities, that's other communities also that can be represented on that committee. And the bill also requires representatives of iwi and Maori to be involved in the development of regional, national emergency management plans.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to talk about the birds and the bees just for a minute, and in reference to...
It's not family planning.
clause 6. And clause 6, 1B.
Clause 6, 1B. Okay.
And I do have a amendment for this, time-stamped 28th August 10.000. And in clause B it talks about obviously an emergency happening that may cause one, loss of human life, etc., and two, the threat anyway to the public or property, and we know that property obviously includes livestock. So one of the things I feel in there that is missing is around the wildlife, and we know with the bird flu the potential that could have, and as times move on we could have something that's even more devastating, and the need to actually respond in a much more coordinated way, and actually this bill could actually enable that. But as it currently stands, wildlife are excluded as one of the causes that need to be responded to. So I do have an amendment that actually looks at including wildlife, the mass and rapid loss of wildlife. So we're not talking about something that's going to be not big, slower. It's actually like if there's a threat to our wildlife population that is going to be significant, then we should be actually acting as that is a serious emergency. I also got an additional one in there around actually the threat of mass and rapid loss to ecosystems as well. So I would like the Minister's consideration on that, because I think it's really important that we acknowledge, as this bill does, public and the safety of public property, and the fact that also does include livestock, but what we are missing in this space is our wildlife, which, New Zealand has unique fauna, especially with our avian population, and it'd be an absolute tragic loss if we weren't prepared for an imminent threat to that. Thank you.
Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, so this has been tabled quite late, and I acknowledge that. So I'm just sort of having a look at it now. I'm completely open. If something comes forward that I think we can fold in there, or there's a gap, then let's do it. I'll get some advice on this. The only thing I would say is yes, we've made significant changes in the bill because we wanted to recognise the importance of domestic pets and stock. Because you go to these events, and if I use Port Hills as an example, there was lots of flexibility on those roadblocks in terms of allowing to actually escorting people in to be able to retrieve pets, check on their livestock and things like that. And farmers during these events too are deeply sensitive to not only care about their livestock, their animals, but it's also their livelihood. So that's why, and every time I'm at an event, I see the outstanding officials from MPI and everyone else working in the Rural Trust to try and address these issues. That's what's in the bill. In relation to wildlife, that sort of presents a whole different sort of situation. I'd say that it is captured within the bill, but let me get some advice on it and I'll come back to you.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much to the Minister for being so open to consider the amendments presented by my colleague. My question is around 6.2 on the list of happenings, and where does the Minister consider cybersecurity incidents to fit within that bracket of happening, because there is a category of technological failure here, and there is a category of actual or imminent attack or warlike attack here. But are there any gaps whereby the failure of digital infrastructure, or the failure of digital, cyber space has the potential to not be captured in any of those categories? And I just wanted to articulate on why we feel there's a legislative gap with regards to wildlife. B1 and B2 talks about the loss of human life or injury, illness or distress to people, or a threat in any way to the safety of the public or property. Now, you could argue that wildlife is captured in 2, but we feel like it's actually currently a gap, because there's situations where a threat to a wildlife doesn't actually, or a threat to an ecosystem doesn't actually in any way pose a threat to the safety of public or the property, because in some of those areas no one actually owns the wildlife, or no one owns the ecosystems. That definitionally they're out in the wild. So we do feel like that is a gap that potentially my colleague Mike Davidson's amendments do address. I've asked the question about the cybersecurity, and I've elaborated on why we do see this as a gap, and looking forward to the continuation of this debate.
Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Yeah, so just very quickly on cybersecurity, well, it's a great one to raise, because obviously cybersecurity, AI is a real issue that not only we as a country are grappling with, but globally. That is captured in the bill under infrastructure. So infrastructure includes cybersecurity, and just coming back to Mike Davidson's question. So the definition of emergency is fundamental to the scope of the bill, including harm to wildlife, would significantly expand the bill's scope. Protection of wildlife is most appropriately addressed through the Wildlife Act. Regional emergency management plans include planning for animals.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be able to have my first call on this. I know we're only early in the days, but this is a very important bill, and I appreciate the Minister referring to the number of emergency states of emergency that have been already announced, and we will see more of these as the climate crisis deepens. And I'm reminded of some of my friends in France I've been in touch with recently who have been dealing with fires that have burnt so much of France. And I was talking to the Spanish ambassador recently, who was reflecting that their government has ensured that the energy system now must respect the limits that we have for because the climate crisis is happening. People are experiencing it thick and fast. And I was reflecting on living in France in 2003, when there was that great heat dome across France. There were 60,000 people who suffered, and there was no place in the morgues during that in 2003. They were in refrigerated trucks. So that's really just to highlight where we are placed. We're placed in a situation where climate impacts are hitting thick and fast globally, and will continue to hit increasingly. We will be hit with more extreme weather events, more extreme temperatures, more extreme flooding, and these create emergencies that we can't we can't always predict. So I've got an amendment that is after clause 6. It was submitted on the 27th of August, 9:45:36. After clause 6 to be insert be extreme temperature events. Now, the reason for this insertion is simply to recognise that we want to be future focused. We can't simply think about where we are now. We need to think about what is coming at us. And we know we may be lucky enough, being a maritime nation, to not have those great continental heat domes, but the extreme temperature events affect people, biological systems. They can destroy crops, animals, and constitute an emergency situation that we will have to deal with and we will have to manage. So my suggestion to the Minister is that we really do need to think about future-proofing this legislation. We know that this is not something that is coming down the line. It is here with us now, and we need to be making sure that the legislation is fit for purpose. So essentially what that addition is recognising that there is the broader potential for disruption that will impact our ability to function, impact our biological systems, and will put us at risk of other situations. So I put it to the Minister that this is simply a common sense and I hope rational addition to that list that makes sense if we're thinking about what the future holds. So it's future focused. Thank you.
Honourable Mark Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, to the member Scott Willis, can I just emphasise that the definition of happenings is non-exhaustive, so an extreme heat event or a cyber event can be captured within the bill. And I think you've raised the issue of climate. And by the way, I just want to take a moment to think of the people of Nepal who are dealing with their flood event at the moment, and of course the human tragedy that's unfolding. And we've had reports that we've got Kiwis over there that have been involved in that. So I just want to take a moment to reflect and mention that. As with the CDM Act, the bill is hazard agnostic. Hazards can be human-made or natural, including those exacerbated by climate change. The bill does not predetermine the best way to manage specific hazards. Instead, it provides a framework for identifying, assessing and managing hazards and risks, or for relevant hazards, climate change will inform all steps in this process. Climate change planning is also addressed through other legislation, such as the Local Government Act 2002 requires managing infrastructure risks related to natural hazards and long-term plans. The Resource Management Act 1991 incorporates the requirement for avoidance and mitigation of natural hazards in land management. And finally, the Climate Change Response Act 2002 provides the framework for New Zealand adapting to climate change and meeting international obligations. The bill identifies these acts as legislation relevant to emergency management also. So I just wanted to cover that off because obviously that's a relevant question that was always going to come up today, so thank you.
The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 3 regarding paragraph brackets A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
No.
Mari Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour. Are we 12? Okay. Point of order.
Point of order, Scott Willis.
Could I seek leave to correct the vote for the Green Party? I called out 11, it should have been 12.
12, that's all right. The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Tamitha Paul's table amendment to clause 3, replacing paragraph brackets A, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand
48
National.
opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's table amendment to clause 3, replacing paragraph B, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Kushla Tangaire Manuel's tabled amendments to clause 3, amending paragraph G and inserting new paragraph H, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's table amendment to clause 3, inserting new paragraph H, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's table amendment to clause 3, inserting new paragraph H, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark's amendment inserting new clause 3A set out on amendment paper number 757 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to clause 5, inserting new paragraph C in the definition of disproportionately affected community be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mike Davidson's table amendment to clause 6, brackets 1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 6 brackets 2, amending new paragraph BA, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 6 brackets 2, inserting new paragraph brackets JA, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Celia Wade Brown's table amendment to clause 6 brackets 2, inserting new paragraph KA, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francesco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 6 brackets 2, inserting new paragraph L, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
12 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The question is... the ayes are 48, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to part 2. Part 2, this is the debate on clauses 14 to 76, emergency management system role holders. The question is that part 2 stand part. Christopher Luxon.
Mr. Chair, before I proceed, I seek your advice. I've got a series of questions starting from clause 24 to 41. I don't want to preclude anyone else asking questions that may be in other clauses of that part, but I think it makes sense for me to ask them as a cluster.
That's fine, and we have the chair, another chair who will be coming in to replace me will also have noted that as well.
Kapai. Thank you. Right, moving on to emergency management committees. Looking at clause 24, members of emergency management committees. Minister, you have acknowledged the unique skills of iwi and hapu, and I, having experience being on the ground with you, I believe that acknowledgement to be genuine. So the question is, why does the bill not guarantee Māori representation on every emergency management committee? Moving to clause 26, how does the Minister guarantee mana whenua have a genuine decision-making voice on multi-member emergency management committees? Looking at clause 30A, why can associate members participate in discussions but not exercise all the same powers as other members? Does the Minister believe that risks creating second-tier Māori representation? This is a very specific question relating to clause 28, quote-unquote, triple hat role confusion. And the specific example is that there is no clause that resolves the Tairāwhiti Gisborne District Councils sitting simultaneously as CEDAM Group, local authority and administering authority. How will this be fixed? Moving to clauses 39 to 41, coordinating executive groups. Relating to clause 39, does the Minister consider iwi and Māori organisations as operational partners during emergencies? And clause 41, who pays for iwi and Māori representatives to participate effectively? What happens if the resources or support promised under clause 41 are not provided? Kia ora.
Thank you. I would just like to acknowledge that member in the benchmark of the way she asked those questions during a committee stage. Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will try and live up to that benchmark. My question is around clause 14, around the clause 14A and clause 14B. Now, of course, there was a suggestion from Engineering New Zealand around the potential for one of the functions of the Director General of Emergency Management to be the lead agency and to be the one that would be responsible for a nationwide program of national hazards mapping, and we've got an amendment to that effect. And one of the other suggestions of Engineering New Zealand that we've sought to actualize in our amendments is to have that list of scarce technical capacity and have that be a function of the Director General of excuse me, Madam Chair, to have that be one of the functions of the Director General of Emergency Management.
Feel free to have a drink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, we do know that these scarce technical skills are really essential in the emergency management space, and we do know that, like many other skill sets in New Zealand, that is something that we do have shortages in. So would the Minister consider, I guess, the idea of giving the function of national hazards mapping to the role of the Director General of Emergency Management, and would the Minister consider in 14 also the idea of having that Director General maintain the stewardship function of having those technical skills be something that they are in charge of making sure that Aotearoa has a map or roadway as a part of that skill. Thank you.
Madam.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a question on clause 15. I do have some further on that are a little bit more complex, but this one I hope is just a simple question, and it relates to clause 15 to 4. And obviously this clause 15 to a Roman numeral 4. And I guess I'm just trying to work out, and I guess it's quite a serious question about where the line sits, when it talks about relieving human distress and suffering. And obviously above that it talks about providing medical care and attention to casualties. And this is obviously in a disaster. I just kind of want to know, like, where does the line sit when it gives the power to relieve human suffering? I think it's a really important question, because when I'm looking at that, is this saying they have the right to actually euthanize people? I would hope not, but I just kind of want to know where that line sits.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah. So, sorry, coming back to the list of original questions. Yes, look, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. We know that that iwi and hapu are very good at emergency management. I've already stated that in the House. I won't relitigate it or go over it. Quite simply, the limitations on what the additional members can vote on are focused on ensuring non-elected members do not have access to extraordinary powers which affect the rights of the public. So that relates to non-elected members on emergency management committees. It was simple as that. It's a simple matter of democracy and a demarcation between non-elected and elected members and the powers and the rights that they have in that decision making. But Maori represented at the elected level, in my view, around the country, yes, they are. If I look at the regional council up north with Peter Tiffany, I mean, the chair up there, I've been on the ground with him several times. He's quite simply outstanding in the leadership that he provides up north, and he is making those decisions. without a doubt. In terms of funding back to the iwi, the Prime Minister was on the ground with me again in Northland, and this government has made sure that we expedite and we cut the red tape and compliance that iwi, that marae that have to go through to replenish. And for what I understand, that has been working very well in terms of iwi being able to replenish and prepare themselves for the next event that they have to deal with. In relation to the triple hatting for Tairāwhiti, as she knows, Gisborne Council is a unitary authority with its own emergency management committees. This means it only has one set of functions. It does not need to have an administrative authority. The ambiguity the member referenced as a problem in the current Act will be fixed in this bill.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning now to clause 15 and the suggestions that were made throughout the submission process by groups like the Student Volunteer Army. They suggested that 14 and 15 be amended to include sections there that would, in effect, give the Director General the responsibility to make sure that the volunteer capacity and the volunteer functions of emergency management were being looked after in a systemic way. We've drafted an amendment on clause 15(4)(c) to that effect, to insert the development of a strategic plan to integrate volunteer emergency management capacity within the overall framework of emergency management in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And just also reminding the Minister of the previous questions that I asked in my previous intervention as well.
Matt.
Dan Rosewarne.
Thank you, Minister. Just in relation to clause 27, throughout the bill there's rightly been a reoccurring theme that emergency management works best when local knowledge is able to reach the decision makers from the centre. And we can have all the plans that we like, but if decision makers are not hearing what's happening on the ground, they're effectively operating blind. And we've got many examples, as we've learnt in New Zealand, about how that can derail a response. And the regulatory impact statement also recognises that local authorities and communities often hold that information and that expertise that is not always available at the centre. And I have an amendment tabled for clause 27, and it requires emergency...
Can you give us the number of, or the timing of the amendment paper?
Sure.
Oh, you carry on with your speech and one of your colleagues might be able to
Doris.
know. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So this amendment essentially requires emergency management committees to establish and maintain arrangements to receive information from communities before, during and after emergencies. It doesn't create a new bureaucracy or reporting regime, but it tightens up the fact that people closest to an event are often the first to know when things are changing. So this amendment is essentially making the system more responsive. So I suppose the question there, Minister, is if a community identifies a significant emerging risk or unmet need during an emergency, where in clause 27 is that mechanism for receiving and considering that information, and would you be open to kind of considering that amendment? Thank you.
Mike, Honourable Minister.
I'm going to come back to Mike Davidson's one. No, the bill does not give the power to euthanise people. That is not in the bill. And the Director General's powers are for the purpose of the Act, which is fundamentally support the wellbeing and safety of the public. I haven't forgotten about yours, Francisco. We're coming back to it.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, and thank you for that answer to my previous question. I just wanted to talk to clause 25, the multi-member unitary authority emergency management committees, and in relation to clause 522. And obviously we know that local government is going through reorganisation and regional councils will no longer exist. And so when we look through, we're probably going to be faced with lots of unitary councils. And then the way this this bill works is technically you could have 2 unitary councils work together to create that multi-member emergency management committee. And then when you refer over to 26, clause 26, it talks about the representation on those committees, that each local authority member can have 1 person on the committee. So therefore we're looking at an emergency management committee that potentially could only have 2 elected members on it that have voting rights. Now naturally they have the ability to co-op associated members on there for skills and that, but only 2 members potentially on a committee are going to have voting rights. And then through into clause 25.7, it refers to obviously clause 31, schedule 7 of the Local Government Act, which talks about joint committees and committees. And one of the things to note in clause schedule 731 6 of the Local Government Act is the minimum numbers of members for a committee is 3. So potentially we're creating a bill, legislation, that provides for a committee that will be made up of 2 that is actually contradictory to the Local Government Act that says a minimum of 3. And I do wonder how well a committee would work if you only have 2 people with voting rights on that committee. So I'm just wondering if the Minister has had advice around this, especially with the reorganisation and how that will impact the bill as it currently stands and the potential of having a multi-member emergency management committee with only 2 members on it that actually have voting rights. I potentially feel that that could create issues, and it doesn't. I would think if you're in that situation, you would want to have to co-opt people, and you'd need to, because I don't feel that a 2-member committee, as well as not being compliant with another act, would actually be that effective. And I feel like you may not get a great outcome if you've got 2 members that have voting rights and maybe another 3 that do not have voting rights. And that has obviously been traversed before, and I do have an amendment to ensure those committees, those associated members do have voting rights. The other thing I just wanted to touch, I'd be good to get the answer on that, and I'll just ask one more question, seeing as I still have time, in relation to the same topic, but in 2026. And it is slightly different, and it obviously refers to that that the councils can appoint one person, and obviously the first one is the mayor or chairperson, and then by delegation they could just do an elected member from the local authority. Now, my only concern around that, because I do agree that it should be an elected member that actually is the person that's delegated from the authority, but if a local authority is actually, if the Minister of Local Government puts in commissioners, for example, you should have a chairperson, but you would not actually have an elected person as well. And so therefore B itself becomes impossible to achieve because there are no elected persons on a local authority that has a set of commissioners in charge of that organisation. So just a couple of questions really around the technicalities of having a multi-member emergency management committee that only has 2 members on it, and the fact that that actually contradicts what's allowed under Schedule 7 or Clause 31 of the Local Government Act that says memberships of committees need to be a minimum of 3, and obviously the fact that 26B would not be possible if commissioners were in place.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I address the members Mike Davidson's questions first. So we already have a joint committee of 2 unitary authorities, that would be Nelson and Tasman, with a combined CDM group that actually work very effectively together. And any consequential changes required from the simplifying will be through the simplifying of the local government reforms, and they'll be able to address the issues that you've raised through those reforms. In relation to the member Francisco Hernandez's issue that he raised, the amendment is not appropriate for the powers of the Director General, and the role of volunteers is recognised in other ways, namely through regional plans, which must state how Office of Assistance will be managed, and coordinating executive groups may appoint additional members who could include representatives of volunteer groups.
Kushla Tanari Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to briefly speak to my tabled amendment on clause 29 2E of part 2, tabled on the 27th of August at 2:28 p.m. The amendment requests, Madam Chair, that in part 2E, which states provide communications, equipment, accommodation and facilities. My proposed amendment is that after the words and facilities, we including marae. It has been lauded across this House the value that marae have, not just the whānau and hapu of the areas affected, but for everyone who happens to be in the community at that time. And I think that marae deserve the respect of actually being specifically named in this bill.
Mike Davidson.
I just have a couple of questions around clause 27, 1A, Roman numeral 3, and also it's identical on 28, 1 to A, Roman numeral 3. And that is, clause says, obviously part of the functions of both a multi-member emergency management committee and a unitary authority management committees have to identify and implement cost-effective risk reduction. And I think this is actually a really important part of emergency management response. And I know we focus a lot on being prepared and the recovery of emergencies. But sometimes not enough effort actually goes into actually risk reduction. And we know the costs associated with once an event has happened is huge. And actually if we invest more at the start, then actually we could make it a lot better in the long run. And so my question is, when we have a look at that in the bill to identify and implement cost-effective risk reduction, what is the analysis done to actually determine what is cost-effective risk reduction when we look at actually the costs that we're seeing from the natural disasters that are happening time and time again? We've had so many states of emergencies this year alone, and the cost of that obviously runs into the billions. And then actually, if we're looking at the risk reduction, how do we determine, and what was the analysis done to determine what the cost-effective risk reduction of that is? And then how does it work to implement that? If the Emergency Management Committee identifies these areas that would be cost-effective because in the long run it saves councils more money over a longer period of time, how do they then go to implement that? What is the mechanism for them to implement that risk reduction? And also, how would that then tie into a rates cap? If actually there may be significant outlay, but ultimately the cost to society, to local government, to the local authorities actually turns out to be a much better position. And I struggle through this bill to actually work out what happens from that point. Once they have identified it, where to from there? Because I actually think it's a really, really important part of emergency management to try and mitigate and remove that risk right from the very start. So I'd like it, it'd be great if I could get an answer on that. And just while we're there, I've also just got another quick question on 27, because it also, and this is 27 1A, Roman numeral 4, capital letter B. And it talks about consulting with and communicating with communities. And once again, this is a committee that's basically delegated the ability to create costs. And this is throughout this bill, so I'll just use this and won't speak to this again, the cost aspect of some of the setup and running and management of these committees. But obviously it's the local authorities that pay for the setup and the administration of these committees at a time when the government has said that they're putting downward pressure to reduce rates and they're implementing rates caps. And so my question is is this something that needs to be exempt from the rates cap so that we can ensure that local government is set up in a way that does not risk this bill actually risks emergency management committees taking shortcuts to sit within local government caps, because it's really important that when we create something like that, that local government are set up to succeed. And there's potential with the rates cap that they actually look to take shortcuts. And so I guess my question is, has the Minister had any conversations with the local government minister to actually exclude a lot of this work from the rates cap to ensure that local government can do this properly?
Honourable Minister.
Just coming back to Dan Rosewarne first. Dan, you raised a really good point, is that centralising of information, especially during an event, that information is actually getting to the right people so they've got all the data and all the information they need to make good and better informed decisions. That is definitely dealt with in the bill, because that was a big gap that was identified in the Auckland flooding events, in Cyclone Gabriel, and the report that I received from Sir Jerry Mataparai, and that is why we've made sure that it is codified and people can understand, whether you be a community organisation with a pop-up, right through to our first responders, that they understand where the information is going, how it's flying, and what they can expect to come back. There was another. Coming back to Kushler, is that look, I take your point. There is absolutely no intent to offend anyone in the generic use of facilities. It's quite simply it would come back to, as you know, when we get out on the ground, is that you'll have faith groups that will make their facilities open. You've got community halls, councils themselves. You've got multiple facilities and groups that come forward and provide support and help, depending on the scalable size of the event that we're dealing with. And therefore, facilities does cover everyone off. If you went down and started to try and have an exhaustive list, it's inevitable that you're going to leave someone out. Coming back to Mike Davidson's comments, yes, I agree with you. Reduction is a huge part of the 4 Rs in emergency management, without a doubt. And the way that our country approaches it, it's multifaceted, from central, regional, district government, with obviously the plans and the risk management plans that have to be put together to identify what our risks are, and then how do we mitigate those. A big part of it, we've put billions of dollars into reduction type work around the country in terms of physical infrastructure to protect communities. There's some really tough issues that councils have to deal with around managed retreat. Are people actually in safe locations, and of course around the planning of new developments and infrastructure as well. And the third part of that, which and it's hard to quantify, it's hard to actually measure, but a change in being far more proactive and better organised around these events, I think, has a significant cost saving for us as well. So they're all good points that you've raised. The question of the rates cap, that quite simply is going to sit with local government to decide what their priorities are and how they're going to use the money available to them.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick questions from me through you to the Minister. I have a question around 17.2, Madam Chair, and to the Minister. Could the Minister please provide a definition of what is meant by qualified privilege? I'd appreciate a layman's definition of that, or a layperson's definition of that, rather. On 282B, there was a suggestion from the Human Rights Commission around the, let me read here so I don't misquote them, around the issue of, to be consistent with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Clause 28.2b should include a clear directive that resources must be provided in accessible formats. I see currently that 282b does not currently have that, so we do have a tabled amendment, the one that's in this listed 20 tabled amendments lodged by Green Party members at 8 p.m. on Thursday, 27th August 2026, that would seek to address that issue. I believe that particular amendment is in the name of my colleague Kahurangi Carter around actualizing the suggestion by the Human Rights Commission to make sure that the formats are accessible, and the suggested legislation, the suggested tabled amendment we have is to replace it so that to take all steps necessary or desirable to maintain and provide, or to arrange the provision for, or to otherwise make accessible materials, services, information, just to make sure to give effect to that suggestion, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
I'll just on the first point around qualified privilege and a definition for that, I'm going to get that for you. In relation to the second point around our around disabilities in our disabled community, from my experience, the plans around the country respond, and anyone in the communities that are known with disabilities or need or require assistance or support get that. We've had incidents obviously with people in renal failure where it's critical that they have power. There's actually quite a bit of work being done on the bill too around our utilities companies, who I have to say actually do a very good job. We don't always acknowledge them, but the contractors that are out there, whether they're reinstating power or whether they're clearing roads in the middle of the night, do an outstanding job for us as a country and our community. So, and obviously there's provision in all of those risk management plans that have been done around people with disabilities and the challenges for those with disabilities, and throughout the submission process as well. And also I want to acknowledge the outstanding officials and team from NEMA who have engaged with every part of the community around the country to make sure that all of those needs are identified and being met through the legislation.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to quickly touch on clause 30A2, and I do note it was spoken to earlier around the fact that the associated members would be non-voting on the committee, so I won't move and talk about that. But I do still have a question around the associated members, and for me, are committee members subject to any potential liability for the decisions they make? Because I think it's a quite important thing to know, like, are we putting people on a committee that will not have voting rights but actually will be subject to liability for any decisions that the committee make? And then in turn leads to my next question around the difference, I guess, between being a committee member and actually being an advisor, and that would actually protect those associated members, and the reason, I guess, and rationale to have associated members instead of actually just appointing advisors. And I was wondering if there was any advice on actually what the difference in terms of remuneration was for someone to be a committee member, associated member, compared to being an advisor, because I would not like to be in a situation where we create legislation and develop committees that potentially we're putting people on that can't vote, so they do not have the full entitlement of other members, but yet they're held to the same accountabilities as the other members on that committee that can vote and do have the full rights, yet they could just be brought in as advisors instead and therefore not hold that same degree of accountability. So I do have a question on that. And also I just want to move forward now to clause 36. And I think this is actually quite an important thing, and so I do ask these questions, like all my other questions generally, just to try and make sure, tease them out, just to make sure there's no issues that may have been missed in this space, because as we all know, that local government is going through significant reforms at the moment, and we're
That's actually why I've allowed the member to ask these questions, because normally those bills would be in another piece of legislation, but we're in a state of change.
Yes, thank you.
At the moment, so I'm quite happy to let the member just succinctly ask. You don't need to acknowledge the local government thing other than in passing reference on your other questions.
Thank you for that that direction. I will make sure that I keep it much more succinct.
You know, they've been good. It's not a criticism. It's just I'm making it clear for the House that is the reason why normally you would rule other pieces of legislation out, but we're in a state of movement here.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification as well. So my question around 36, and it also touches on, sorry, clause 36, and it also does touch on 37 as well, but obviously in there's the 6-month clause that they have to create these committees through an reorganisation. So I just want to know what happens through the reorganisation when a current local government is basically discharged and no longer exists. So in 2028, when we have new unitary authorities and we don't have regional councils and we don't have territorial councils, city councils, district council, we just have unitary authorities. At what point does it say, right, those older councils that are current at the moment have been discharged and no longer exist, so therefore any committees or they are also discharged, and then there's a 6-month period where the new unitary authority can establish this committee. Now what happens within that 6-month period? Now I have some amendments just to make sure that if there is any loopholes, that is actually the ability to ensure that the previous council committees are held on to actually go through that 6-month period, because I'm just a little bit concerned that because things are moving at pace within reorganisation, that probably wasn't happening when this was drafted, that there is the potential of a legislative gap in there for that 6-month period when the existing council no longer exists and has been discharged, and these new councils actually have a 6-month window to create a committee, and the impact of what would happen if there was, say, an earthquake and a state of emergency was declared. So it would be great if there was a response on that.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, so in relation to the additional members, do they have voting rights? There are some restrictions, but yes, they do have some voting rights. And do they receive any payment for that? Yes, they do. So they are actually paid. In terms of responsibility, I'm glad the member raised that. Because that was one of the things that was highlighted in the report that came back from Sejiri Mataparai, is that there's got to be some levels of responsibility. Someone's got to be making decisions. And we decided that the best place for that at a local government level was with the Chief Executive. And I got a little bit of pushback on that, but ultimately that's someone has to take responsibility. Now, the Chief Executive, and I think that's a good place for it to sit, because obviously it brings into sharp focus emergency management and risk management as well. But they also have the ability to be able to delegate some of that responsibility too.
Dan Roseborn.
Minister, so this is just in relation to clause 39, and I have an amendment for this clause as well. Now, the Defence Force routinely provides a wide range of support during major emergencies. And with that in mind, I had an amendment tabled on the 27th of August, and that's time-stamped at 9:46:03 p.m. And that will require, within clause 39, a member of the New Zealand Defence Force assigned by the Chief of Defence Force to be a member of each emergency management coordinating executive group. Now, the point of this is not to militarise emergency management, and some hold the view that the NZDF should not be as involved in emergency responses like they have in the past. But emergency management is a response, or it's an opportunity rather, for the NZDF to build social licence within the communities that they serve. So I think that's very important. So my question is, given the significant role of the New Zealand Defence Force and what they regularly do in a major emergency response, I'm wondering if we could get your thoughts on the requirement for Defence Force representation within the Emergency Management Coordinating Executive Group or groups. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, sorry. First of all, Dan, I acknowledge your service too with NZDF. Can I just say that our New Zealand Defence Forces, in my view, have got a critical role to play in emergency management in our country. Yes, they are, without a doubt, they are our warfighters. But if they have got the personnel, the resources and the time to be able to support our own country in during these events, then the expectation is that they do that. When I see them deploy, it is literally the communities that they see them, they immediately bring a sense of safety, and it literally feels like the cavalry is coming over the hill. And if I just use a very personal example, they've got special capability. And when we had the state of emergency in Kaikoura, we had one person who had been critically injured, who had driven off a bridge had been washed out, and it was the middle of the night. They hadn't seen that, and they drove into the bottom of the riverbed, and all access was cut off. We were dealing with floodwaters, and the Defence Forces mobilised immediately to have special capable vehicles that could navigate those floodwaters safely, and we had a young woman there too who was very, very ill. And the medical staff at Kaikoura felt like she needed to have proper support at the hospital. And that is where our Defence Forces step in to fill a gap that no one else can. On that same event, I would definitely not recommend flying in an NH90 with 2 broken ribs. It is... Yeah.
Maybe the recommendation is to give up rugby.
There's a little bit of bias, yeah. But the Madam Chair's right. Maybe I should think about hanging up my rugby boots. But anyway, I just wanted to highlight the importance of NZDF in the past, in the present, and the future in terms of emergency management. In terms of emergency management, I'm talking to your colleague, and if you respect him, then let me address the issues that he's raised, right? You've got, I don't know why, you're an outgoing member, but you seem to have this real sense of entitlement that you can interrupt everyone.
Minister, stop and address the question to the member who asked
maybe
you
a little
the
bit of
question.
decorum from some of the members in the House
we don't
too.
attack members from the chair. I'll deal with that if I need to.
Thank you.
I'll deal with Mr Webb if I need to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish you the best of luck. So New Zealand Defence Forces, obviously has got a big role to play in emergency management in New Zealand, and will continue to have that role. Of course, they have a seat around the table, a critical seat around the table at any event that we have, whether it's a local state of emergency where you'll have a Defence LO in the EOC, coordinating and working with the Mayor, with the Controller, with the entire EOC team, and at a national state of emergency, we have a dedicated facility, obviously, in our bunker where New Zealand Defence Force will be making decisions, advising the Prime Minister, the Minister, and working with our emergency management leadership.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to keep moving forward and have a couple questions. First one's in relation to clause 38(4). And it says, unless the local authority members of the committee agree otherwise, each local authority member of the committee must pay equal share of the cost. Now, I just want to check, because obviously my interpretation of that, and I assume it's right, is like that's if there was 2 committees, it would be 2 local authorities would be 50-50. And I'm just wondering if that creates a slight issue if potentially, and you look at, say, Christchurch City, which has 400,000 people, and even if they amalgamate it, include, say, Selwyn and Waimakariri, and it gets bigger, and suddenly they link up with Hurunui, and so it becomes, there's a Hurunui Kaikoura unitary authority, and they join up with Greater Christchurch, 700,000, 600,000 people. And so suddenly you're saying, right, the cost of it being a major area is not going to be small, but yet we're going to divvy that up 50-50, where Christchurch obviously will have a lot more resources, and a smaller one that would be Huranui, so Kaikoura, if they did amalgamate, would obviously have a lot more pressure put in them because of that. And I'm just wondering with the Minister if that's the right way to go about that with equal share, and if it should not be proportionate to actually the size of the local authorities and actually be population based. I did not get an amendment done on that because I was just reading through it and thought, oh, this could be a slight issue for some of those smaller councils. So it would be great if the Minister could consider that, if there's a potential inequity there for some of the smaller councils. Now, I just wanted to move forward to 39, and I do have an amendment on this one, and I've got so much paper I just need to find it. It's stamp dated 27 August 80001, and 39 is obviously the makeup of the 39 is the appointment of the Emergency Management Coordinating Executive Group, and clearly it lists through there the people that need to be on this group, and it is a large group of people, very important people to be on there, and through that process, obviously there's a few strikeouts, and one of the strikeouts that was in there was the chief executive or a senior member. So this is 39. To a Roman, to a E, where it strikes out, and the disability services, which I kind of get where that is. But what when we look through that, it is missing. I think it's missing a significant person on this group, which is someone that's actually connected to the disability communities in the area, because we do know that people with disabilities are very vulnerable at these times, and I think by not having someone on there, we actually miss an important voice. So in my amendment, it's actually a very simple amendment, and it's will become 39 to H, one or more persons with knowledge, experience and expertise regarding the interests and needs of the disability communities in the area. And I just feel by having that one extra person on there, we'd actually be in a much better position. And it's actually a little bit striking in the bill, the lack of time disability is actually mentioned in this bill. And I'm not too sure why that is, because we accept that people with disabilities obviously are a lot more vulnerable when there is a disaster, and we need to ensure that the needs are really well catered for, because they do have different needs from people that do not have disabilities. And I think if we do not have someone with that lived experience or that knowledge of those communities, that potentially we have created a significant gap that will end up hurting some of our most vulnerable people in society. So I do urge the Minister to consider this recommendation, and I'd love to get his advice on that. And just quickly before I'll let the Minister respond to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Firstly, I just want to make a quick clarification that in terms of members that are eligible to be remunerated, they are eligible, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will be. They're just eligible. So I just wanted to clear that matter up for the member. In relation to, so just coming to your last point first, in relation to people with disabilities, in a state of emergency, they are our most vulnerable, and I just want to assure the member that whether it be our first responders, whether it be our controllers, the people in our EOCs, our communities, iwi hapu, everyone immediately, everyone's focus will go to identifying and responding to the most vulnerable. That is basically the core of our responses in this country. In relation to, just going back to the issue that you raised about reorganisation, the Bill's reorganisations provisions are carried over from the current Act, and the 6-month timeline for the formation of an Emergency Management Committee begins once the local government reorganisation is effective. So that addresses directly the issue that the member raised. And just coming back to Francisco's question around qualified privilege, so the definition is, this is qualified immunity from liability or defamation if the statement is made in good faith and in the public interest.
Commissioner Taungauri Manuel.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I will continue the way I started, and I would like to ask the remaining questions I have for part 2, which range between clauses 43 and 76. So my first question to the Minister is at clause 43. We know the pressure that a lot of councils are under at this time, you know, with infrastructure expenses, rates rises, etc., that they've got to deal with. So how will small and rural councils meet the responsibilities in clause 43 when they have limited staff and small rating bases? Is there additional funding being provided to councils with high disaster risk but limited resources? Clause 43, how quickly will councils be reimbursed for emergency spending? Moving to clause 52, part 2, what minimum training and experience will controllers be required to have? Clause 59, what happens when national priorities conflict with what local communities urgently need? Moving now to clauses 65 to 68, recovery managers. How does the bill ensure recovery is locally led? And what role specifically will iwi, hapu and marae have in making recovery decisions? Moving to clause 74A, what minimum resilience standards will power, telecommunications and other essential infrastructure providers have to meet? What has changed to prevent communities again losing power, phones and communications, as happened quite dramatically during Cyclone Gabriel, and of course other weather events across Aotearoa? Clause 76, why can the Minister exempt an essential infrastructure provider from requirements, and will every exemption and the reason for granting it be made public? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just also moving to 45, but before I do that, I just had a quick question around 39 F, G and 2A. Just following on from the point that my colleague Mike Davidson made around the potential for appointing you know, someone with lived experience of disability within these emergency management coordinating executive groups. Is it the Minister's expectation that the 2A provides the ability for the emergency management coordinating executive group to be able to co-opt people from the disabled communities or with lived experience of disability into these coordinating executive groups? And I'll move on to 45 as well. Now, this was a big issue that came up during the select committee discussions, and that's my understanding from my colleague Mike Davidson, who actually participated in these discussions. And sadly, I was in my other select committee, FEC. And 45.1A provides the potential for costs to be reimbursed to local authorities of costs that have been incurred by local authorities or water organizations. And we do know that this was one of the most frequent points that was made submitters. Why it was just those two categories that are eligible for direct reimbursement. We do know that, of course, Minister, that emergency management is an all of society function, that that people all across the Motu do participate in emergency management. So why is it that just local authorities and water organizations are eligible for direct reimbursement from the central government? We do know that there are pathways and mechanisms in place for these groups to be able to seek costs from local government, but we are worried that these pathways are potentially constrained. We do know that local government is undergoing a significant period of disruption and reorganization, and we do know that local governments are being told to tighten their belts, and we do feel that direct reimbursements coming from central government could be potentially a better way rather than requiring people to go through local government, because we do know that central government does have a greater level of capacity to be able to reimburse people, and we do know that sometimes costs that are incurred between, or rather across and between different local government boundaries might be more efficient to actually have them handled in a more centralized way. So for example, if I incur costs trying to help people across the Dunedin and Queenstown Lakes District Council boundaries, it's probably more effective for the central government to just reimburse me if I'm operating at a cross-regional or even at a national scale, rather than having to hit up every single local government organization to ask for reimbursements. And we do have amendments that we've filed to that effect, which would enable direct reimbursement mechanisms of these groups in the 36 tabled amendments lodged by Green Party members at 9:45 on Thursday, 27th August 2026. We'd love for the Minister to really explain the logic of why there isn't any direct reimbursement mechanisms that are being offered to individuals, groups, or people that do partake in the emergency management space, and why the direct reimbursement mechanism has just been limited to local governments and water authorities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
That's a really good question. I think that there are other mechanisms, of course, like central government does have a big role to play in making sure that funding gets out, especially around critical infrastructure and things like that. But fundamentally, the whole premise of our emergency management system is set up on locally led, because a council is far more plugged in to its local community and has a better understanding of what they need than central government sat down here in Wellington. And so the sad thing is, Francisco, is that, and Cyclone Gabriel sort of highlighted this, is that the government can send money out, but if there's a separation, then unfortunately there are people that are out there that do try to exploit the system, without a doubt, even through a state of emergency recovery, which is sad. You'd like to think that we wouldn't do that, but there are people that do that. And the best mechanism control is to have that controlled at a local level. And so fundamentally that is why the central governments prefer to be able to fund through the council, with the council, and support the council in the delivery of these projects. And my own personal experience as Minister is that this is by far the best mechanism to do that, to make sure that you've got good relationships, that you're focused on the delivery, but you're allowing the people actually on the ground in the community. And some of these infrastructure projects that we're delivering, like stock banks, they're very complicated. It involves lots of property rights, and the best people to be able to negotiate that and work through them are actually the people on the ground themselves.
Madam Chair. I'm coming very close. I'm going to let Mike Davidson just round up his questions.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be really, really short, because I just want to make sure that the point I was trying to make hasn't been missed. And also I would like to acknowledge and thank the Minister, Madam Chair, because he's been really responsive and engaging with this Committee of the Whole House stage. And I just wanted to check, because I did ask a question to clause 26B around what would happen if commissioners were in place, which hasn't been answered. But the other thing I just want to quickly touch on, because I absolutely agree with the Minister when he spoke about actually the response during emergencies to people with disabilities. It's outstanding. But what I was trying to work out was actually around I guess, and it talks about in clause 42 the role of a local authority member of role 40, clause 40, which talks about the role of a emergency management committee, and 43, so I've lost all my things, but around the role of the committee, where I spoke to my oversight group, which I spoke to in my amendment earlier, around having someone with a disability on it. Now, part of the role of that group, if I can find the right page, is to obviously oversee and implement the development, maintenance and monitoring of and evaluation of the regional emergency management plan. And I guess this is why I think it's really important that we do have someone that has a really expert knowledge with disability communities to be on that group, because it's that group that's obviously going to be overseeing the monitoring and the evaluation of the emergency management plan. And that is why I thought actually there's potentially a gap there, because I do totally agree that when there is an emergency, people with disabilities are looked after well and are front and centre. But I just wanted to really make sure that we weren't did not have a gap in this legislation and the makeup of those committees without someone with that expert knowledge of the disability community. So I do acknowledge what you said, and I totally agree with what you said. I just wanted to make sure we weren't talking across paths, and that there was actually still a gap in that committee. Unfortunately, my paper's a little bit spread out, but I can't quite find that amendment again.
No, that's
Honourable
fine.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, you're right, sorry. I did have the information there for you around a commissioner. So the Local Government Act provides that a commissioner appointed for a local authority must perform the functions, duties and powers of the local authority and its members under any enactment, and that includes this bill as well. So sorry about that, but yes, I hope that answers your question. In relation to the provision for our disabled community, they are accounted for through the engagement requirements and the requirement that regional plans address their needs. There's also flexibility to add any member who has skills and knowledge that will assist, and disability is not specifically mentioned but are clearly captured in the definition of disproportionately affected communities. So yes, you can have someone appointed to that board.
Just a quick clarification.
Sorry, I guess when I look at the clause, and I've just found the paper where it lists the people that can go on it, which is 39 to, and then we go down to age. That bit where they can add co-op someone has been striked out. So the list is actually not that, it's actually limited to who's on that list. So
apparently it's been replaced by 2A. So they should be able to co-op whoever they want onto that board. Yeah.
Madam Chair. Tom Rutherford.
I move to debate on this question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 750 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Dr Lawrence Shunan's tabled amendment replacing clause 14A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National. 48 votes opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Question is that Celia Wade-Brown's tabled amendment inserting clause 14DA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
No votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Question is that Ricardo Menendez-March's tabled amendment to clause 14, inserting new paragraph 1, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment inserting clause 15(4)(c)(a) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the ayes are 47, the noes are 67. Sorry. The question is not agreed. No, it's okay, I was just checking myself then. The question is that Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark's amendment inserting new clause 26A set out on AP number 735 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. The question is that Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark's amendments replacing clause 27 and 28 set out on AP number 737 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote has been called. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Question is that Dan Rosewarne's tabled amendment inserting clause 27(1)(a)(v) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment inserting clause 27(1)(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dan Rosewarne's tabled amendment replacing clause 28(2)A and Roman numeral 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment replacing clause 28(2)C be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment inserting clause 28(2)M be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kushla Tānai Emanuel's tabled amendment to clause 29(2)E, inserting including marae, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Just in time.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 30(a)(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 36, inserting new subclause 6, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 37, inserting new subclause 8, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dan Rosewarne's tabled amendment inserting clause 39 to F be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's tabled amendment to clause 39.2, replacing paragraph H, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment inserting clause 39.2H be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dan Rosewarne's tabled amendment inserting clause 40D be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment inserting new clause 43B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark's amendments to clause 45 set out on AP number 736 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I vote opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Those people to my right-hand side, excluding the Minister, should not need to be reminded at this late stage in the parliamentary cycle that we do not talk during voting. Mike Davidson's tabled amendments to the heading to clause 45 and replacing clause 45(1)(a) are out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 45 inserting new paragraph C is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 45(1) replacing paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I vote opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 45(2) replacing paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 against.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 against.
New Zealand First.
I vote opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment inserting new clause 45B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it. Aye.
Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 against.
New Zealand First.
I vote against.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Mike Davidson's tabled amendment inserting new clause 45B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 against.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I vote opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment inserting clause 69(2)(a) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I vote opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The The ayes are 47, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. I'd already declared the ayes have it. I think there's a dispute over, I'd already declared the vote. All right. So the Green Party's happy because I'd already declared the vote. If the Green Party needs to correct a vote, there is an opportunity to do that. I've called the vote as it was, and it was all in favour. Point of order, Ricardo Menendez-Marques.
I seek leave to correct the vote on part 2 to cast Te Pāti Māoris' vote as opposed.
So leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There is none. The member may cast the Māori Party vote.
So Te Pāti Māoris' vote as well as Maria Meno Kapakingi would be one vote in favour each, and one vote opposed each, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll make sure the record reflects
Okay, the record will reflect that. Members, it's time for me to leave the chair for the lunch break. The chair will resume at 2 p.m. When we will begin part 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam
Chair.
Chair.